Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Eleanor, can you hear me? Great, thank you. And thank you, Peter, our tech wizard today. Very grateful he's here. Good morning, I am Cindy Jerome, and it is my privilege to serve as your town and town school district moderator. Because both the town meeting and school district meeting are warned for 10 a.m., I will call both meetings to order. This year, the town portion of the meeting will occur first, and so I will recess the school district portion until the conclusion of the town portion. The Dummerston Town Meeting and Town School District meeting are hereby called to order. The school district meeting is recessed until the conclusion of the town meeting. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than the state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that there is an immense gap between saying I am right and I believe I am right, and that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and as high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. We've lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Jean Laterio Anderson, Janice Lange, Vanessa Martineau, Carol Bassett, Charlie Titus, Vern Fumagalli, Earl Kavanaugh, Edward Kelly, Donald Munson, Butch Robinson, Ruth Allard, Bruce Stevenson, Jackie Durant, Kenny Chamberlain, Alonzo Kaiser, Diane Hollick, Jonathan Flackis, Neil Quinn, Andrew McFarland, and Tom Johnson. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On pages 1 and 2 of your town report, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If your name is listed, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand and let your neighbors acknowledge you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. The Prospect Hill Trustees Report was inadvertently left out of the town report. There are copies on the back table. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on cable channel 10 and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name. Wait for the microphone first. Speak directly into the microphone so that viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It is our tradition, however, to make an exception for certain individuals. If there's no objection, I will allow our school principal, Joe Carroll Ratty, and the school district business administrator, Frank Rucker, to speak. Our school district superintendent, Lyle Holliday, is a Dummerston resident. I will give the same privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. There are colorful pieces of paper on the chairs around you. If you have difficulties standing, you have the option of holding up one of those colorful pieces of paper when a division of the House is called. That's where we vote by standing for yes or no. Please raise, well, I won't say that. So I'm sorry we didn't have the regular cards this time. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It is again provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May, and the cost is still $7 for adults and $4 for children, with no deterioration in how amazing the meal is. Thank you. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the chairs, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember, I'll say again, to state your name every time you stand to speak. Thank you. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern town meeting. To speak, raise your hand. Have you heard this before? When I call on you, wait for the microphone and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 3 able assistants today running microphones to speakers: Sadie Mills, Kyle Megliero, and Taylor Barrows. Thank you guys. They're right up front. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator, and that's me. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year we were reminded that voters can choose to change certain of Robert's Rules of Order. Apparently, one of the most popular things to change is the rule about paper ballots. Robert's Rule says that upon the request of 7 voters who raise their hand, a paper ballot is used rather than a voice vote or a division of the House. A paper ballot is when we all line up and we write yes or no on a paper and leave it here. You can vote to change that. Your vote would only be for this meeting. For example, rather than 7 voters, you could require a percentage such as 25%. I do not care, but if that's something that you, the voters, would like to do, now is the time to make a motion to that end.
Madam Moderator, I'll move that we require 25% of the attendees to call for a paper ballot.
It has been moved to require 25% of not of attendees, of registered voters, is what you mean, okay. To approve a paper ballot. Is there a second? I hear some seconds. Any discussion? Yes, Michelle in the back. We need a mic back there. Michelle, can you stand so they know where to go? Thank you.
How will we determine 25%?
I'm Michelle Charrier. I think for simplicity's sake, I would rather have it be an actual number of people rather than 25%. That'll make it a little easier.
Yes, John?
I'm John Warren. I would agree with that sentiment. I just wonder if it would require a division of the House to find out if 25% of the people have any opinion.
Well, perhaps I can provide some information. If you recall, most of our votes require 50% plus 1. And we usually determine that by a voice vote, and if it seems close, we do a division of the House, where people stand and the Board of Civil Authority will count. So 75% versus 25% doesn't seem that it would be any more difficult than votes that we normally take. But a proposal has been made, and you know, I feel like I want to check my notes for a moment, or maybe Charles Fish can help me. I'm trying to remember if this suspending the rules is even open for debate.
He doesn't remember.
Thank you, Charles. Your response took enough seconds that I could look it up. So I have made a mistake here. The motion that Zeke has made is to suspend the rules, and that does require a second, but it is not open for debate, and it is not open for amendment. So those of you who would prefer to not see 25% and would prefer to see a certain number of voting citizens required for a paper ballot would want to vote no against the motion that's on the floor. I don't think so. There's no vote, there's no amendment for a suspension of the rules. And so,
So I have a question, clarifying question.
point of information, yes?
So,
Could you speak into a microphone, please, Geraldine, and say your name?
Geraldine Wilson. So is it 25% of registered voters present at the town meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion has been made and seconded, and we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of suspending Robert's rules and requiring 25% of voters present to require a paper ballot, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. I'm seeing some shaking heads. Would people like a division of the House on that? Okay. All those in favor, please stand or raise a colorful piece of paper. Wow, that's not very obvious. So please remain standing. We're going to count because it doesn't look like more than half of you necessarily, so we want to be sure we're doing right on this. You may be seated. Thank you. The number in favor of suspending the rules were 50. The number opposed were 48. However, a 2/3 majority was required, and so the rules are not suspended. 7 registered voters can call for a paper ballot. Thank you for that interesting exercise in democracy. And now to the town portion of the meeting. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian Ballot, and so requires no action by this body. Article 2 refers to the funding of the purchase of the gravel pit. You are voting on this question by Australian Ballot. While we cannot discuss the candidates for office that are on the Australian Ballot, a recent change to the law allows discussion of this sort of article. Informational sessions and presentations have been made. There have been articles in the paper, etc. Are there any particular questions from a registered voter regarding Article 2? Seeing none, we will move on to Article 3.
Madam Moderator.
Sorry. Okay, Article 3 is a motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Oh, I'm looking at the minutes. Okay, page 66, sorry about that. Article 3, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the Select Board to pay the first-year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund not to exceed $50,000.
Madam Moderator, I move that in the event Article 2 passes, the Select Board pay the first-year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that in the event Article 2 passes, the Select Board pay the first year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund in an amount not to exceed $50,000. Is there any discussion, any debate? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that the Select Board pay the first year repayment on the bond or notes from the capital fund in an amount not to exceed $50,000 in the event that Article 2 passes. All those in favor of Article 3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 4, in the event that Article 2 passes, shall the voters authorize the Select Board to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Town of Putney to own and operate the 32-acre gravel pit in the Town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renaud Gravel Pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that in the event Article 2 passes, the Select Board enter into an interlocal agreement with the Town of Putney to own and operate the 32 plus or minus acre gravel pit in the Town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renaud Pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes.
Is there a second? Second. Lewis seconds. It has been moved and seconded that in the event Article 2 passes, the Select Board enter into an interlocal agreement with the Town of Putney to own and operate the 32-acre gravel pit in the Town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renaud Gravel Pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. Is there any debate?
If I can make a few comments.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
So the interlocal agreement is not public yet. We have a draft form that our town attorney and the Putney town attorney have worked out. We have the framework for that. We've worked with Putney with the Carpenter Pit for many years, so that's a much less complicated agreement because we don't actually own the sand pit. But we can't really disclose the interlocal agreement now because it's still being worked on. And if the articles all pass at today's meeting in the Australian Ballot, then quickly after that, we will then resume with Putney, our attorneys, and the two road foremen to actually specify the details of it. But what I'll do is I will read you the purpose of the interlocal agreement. Just hopefully that offers a little bit of comfort. Throughout this gravel pit process, I've been getting my public reading in quite a bit. So let's thank the Dummerston School from the 1970s who taught me how to read. Okay, this agreement sets forth the terms and conditions under which Dummerston and Putney shall own, operate, develop the jointly owned premises for the extraction of gravel for the use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. The terms and conditions of this agreement are not exclusive and are not intended to limit the authority of Dummerston and Putney, acting by and through their respective select boards, to alter, amend, or adopt additional or different terms, conditions deemed to be in the best interest of the municipalities consistent within this agreement. So that's the purpose of the interlocal agreement. And then it goes on, there's a detail in it now, but we have a few additional details to work out. And then once that's done, that will be published for everybody to read as well.
Question from Ruth?
Ruth Barton. What are these other lawful purposes? That sounds very vague.
So, okay, I know there's lawyers in here, so please don't take this personally. We really would have liked to have the article say, do you approve us buying this gravel pit, yes or no? But apparently that didn't make it through. So honestly, the other lawful purposes, because it only says the extraction of gravel, well, we're also going to get riprap, we're going to get sand, so the other lawful purposes are, the way I understand them, is just the other materials beyond stating gravel that is going to be used for the maintenance of our highways. Those are the other lawful purposes. There's nothing beyond that.
I see a hand here.
My question is,
Could you state your name, please?
Bradford Green.
Thank you.
Has there been an environmental impact statement for this extraction of gravel and sand?
So what comes with a gravel pit is all the current Act 250 permits in place. Now, what will be done before we actually purchase it is a study as far as, and I can't remember the name of it, it's like a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental study, just to see if anything is down there that wasn't there at the time that it was originally permitted.
Any other questions? Any further debate? You ready for the question? The motion has been made and seconded that in the event Article 2 passes, the Select Board enter into an interlocal agreement with the Town of Putney to own and operate the 32-acre gravel pit in the Town of Dummerston, currently known as the Renaud Gravel Pit, for the purpose of extraction of gravel for the town's use in constructing and maintaining their highways and other lawful purposes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have yourself a gravel pit that will serve your grandchildren.
If the Australian vote is...
Oh, if Article 2 passes, yes.
We're not there yet.
Yes.
People accuse and from others that speak more softly, we cannot hear that here in the room. So I would just ask you to please speak up.
Okay, and I wonder, Peter, if you can help with that. Apparently the volume isn't quite high enough. Article 5 reads, reads to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we...
Louis, can you say your name and speak right into the mic?
Yeah, I thought they said not to move the mic. Madam Moderator, this is Louis White speaking. I move that we accept the auditor's report for the town accounts.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Madam Moderator, it's me again, Louis White. I move that we authorize the select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second? Second. Maria has seconded. Is there any discussion? It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we move to Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Madam Moderator, Hugh Wharton, once again, I move that we raise the sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded to raise the sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Hugh, would you like to present this?
I think if you've looked at this for the last couple of years, this is about 3 years ago is when we came up with a $170,000 number.
Turn to page 23, please.
And that, as we looked at that years ago, that's a consistent across the taxes raised, and it seems to give us the amount to make our capital purchases and keep just a little bit of a buffer fund in there. So there's no change from this. This is the third year we've had a steady $170,000 request.
This is not the motion, it's not the article that covers spending the money, this is raising the money. So if you're curious about what we're going to spend it on, that's coming up next. Are there any questions for you? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded to raise the sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have set money aside. Article 8, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure. The purchase of a dump truck and plow at a price not to exceed $160,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Maria Glayback. Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure. The purchase of a dump truck and plow at a price not to exceed $160,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital purchase, the purchase capital expenditure, the purchase of a dump truck and plow at a price not to exceed $160,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Are there any questions on this motion? Wow. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure, the purchase of a dump truck and plow at a price not to exceed $160,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have purchased a dump truck. Article 9, to see if the voters will authorize the following capital expenditure, the exterior painting of the municipal building at a price not to exceed $5,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund.
Geraldine Wilson. Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure. The exterior painting of the municipal building at a price not to exceed $5,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Maria seconds. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure. The exterior painting of the municipal building at a price not to exceed $5,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund. Is there any debate? Right behind you, Sadie.
Paul Namando. This has nothing to do with this particular question, but it has to do with the capital fund. Sorry, Zeke. It has to do with the capital fund in general. And I notice on page 23 that we do not have, in anticipation of the passing of Article 3, represented on the impact on the capital fund. It's $50,000 that would be paid out of that fund in the next fiscal year. So I guess I question the accounting that's there, not reflecting the anticipated approval of that. And the other question in the capital fund is that I see we're paying $62,500 a year for the next succeeding years for the fire truck. That I assume was, and I want to be corrected on this, I assume it was voted on in a prior year, but was it voted to pay it out of, for 5 years out of the capital fund? That's what I'd like to have clarification on that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogating if Article 2 passes, I think you mean, Paul, why there isn't $50,000 in the capital campaign, in the capital fund, and the fire truck.
I'll address the $50,000, Paul. Right, as when we discuss this, and if anyone wants to correct anything I say here, please jump in. But we have the estimated, first of all, we've not done the bond before, so when we're looking at the repayment, if it's going to fall within the next fiscal year, it really depends when that closes. And when we looked at what we had as an estimated balance forward in the out years, we didn't feel that we needed to add an additional $50,000 into the capital fund, just with everything we have going on right now. So we can absorb, if we have to have a payment in the next fiscal year, we can absorb that initial payment, which is just going to be an interest-only payment, is what we anticipate right now, out of the estimated balance forward in the capital fund, so not to affect this upcoming year. The fire truck, you want?
I will add, Paul, that you are not voting to approve the capital plan. You are voting to approve certain expenditures, and we did pass Article 3, which was an expenditure of $50,000. And then answering the question about the fire truck.
Madam Moderator? Madam Moderator?
Yes.
I know we approved it, but we approved it to come out of the capital fund, not out of operating funds. So I guess I know we're not approving the plan here, but I was just questioning the impact on the capital fund.
Okay. Zeke Goodband, and our article last year for purchasing, what? Oh, okay. Our article last year to approve the purchase of the fire truck. Article 6, what bid? Okay. It was to authorize the financing of said fire truck through promissory notes not to exceed a term of 5 years, and to authorize the first year's debt service from the capital fund in the amount of $65,200. I guess our intent was that we would continue to pay, as it was a capital purchase, we'd continue to pay that through the capital fund, and that the voters, in authorizing the purchase of fire truck for the 300,000 some odd, made the assumption that that would be paid over the 5-year period.
Zeke was just reading the minutes that are on page 62, if you'd like to see for yourself the minutes from Article 6 last year. The motion on the floor is authorizing the exterior painting of the municipal building. Any further debate on that question? Right behind you, Sadie.
Gail Sorensen, and just a question. Is this going to be done in-house, or will be contracted out for somebody else to do the painting? And how did you come up with the $5,000?
I'm just going to answer part of this because we're moving along so quickly, and I think Paul helped me with the history here. So I think the last time it was painted, Shorty Forret got some prisoners to do it, and they said they would never come back. So yes, it is right now. That is going to be done, or it's going to be done in-house. So that is really a materials budget, and our road foreman has determined that they're going to have time to work on that this year, is my understanding.
I heard the planning commission is going to do it.
Yeah.
Zeke heard the planning commission would be doing the painting. Didn't want you to miss that joke. Any other debate on the motion on the floor?
Greg Brown. At the risk of igniting a heated debate, I would appreciate hearing from the select board what color you plan to paint the building.
The select board is interrogated.
I think we were going to inquire with Newfane and kind of go with their rules, right?
We couldn't agree. We couldn't agree, so we're going to do each side a different color. It's a compromise.
If there's no objection, I will answer the question by saying white. Okay. Any further debate? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the exterior painting of the municipal building at a price not to exceed $5,000, and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we will have A freshly painted building, that's great. Article 10, to see if the voters will authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase and installation of heat pumps for the municipal building at a price not to exceed $10,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund.
Geraldine Wilson. Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase and installation of heat pumps for the municipal building at a price not to exceed $10,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Louis. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase and installation of heat pumps for the municipal building at a price not to exceed $10,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this? Tell us what heat pumps are, that kind of thing? No? Okay. Any questions? Yes. Calvin, there's your microphone.
Well, I was hoping Eric Weinbach would be here at this point. He's the chairman of the Energy Committee.
Calvin, would you state your name?
Oh, go ahead. Are you delegating this to me? Are you delegating this to me?
What are you going to describe the heat pump? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, is Alex Wilson here? You would probably be
Calvin, will you state your name and your question, and then we'll find someone to best answer
This is
it.
Calvin Farwell of the Energy Committee. The heating in the municipal building is now done by baseboard electric resistive heating. And when there are cold people in the building, there's a wood stove that gives a certain boost to the temperature in-house. The idea of the heat pump is to provide a much cheaper solution to the heating of the building during the times when nobody is there, which is a lot. I don't want to go into the physics too much of heat pumping, but basically a heat pump is like a refrigerator run backwards. In other words, it's a refrigerator which makes the outdoors colder a little bit and makes the indoors warmer. The cost of heating a building this way is pretty impressive. It varies depending on the outdoor temperature, but it can use to get the same amount of heat as resistive baseboard heating. You can pay somewhere between 25% and 50%, somewhere in there. It depends on what the outdoor conditions are. So this is a good deal, and it will pay for itself over time. We have an estimate from a responsible supplier that's in the high 9,000s, hence the number 10,000 in the warrant. We have yet to get the details of exactly what the payback time would be. Well, that depends on a lot of detailed calculations, which we have not yet done.
Thank you. Behind you, Sadie.
Barbara Gilmore. My question to the committee is, how many heat pumps are we talking about? And are they both cooling and heating units? $10,000 seems like a small amount of money when I paid over that to have heat pumps put in my house.
Yeah. Calvin, are you prepared to answer that question? Thank you.
At this point, we're only thinking of a single heat pump with 2 units indoors, 1 unit outdoors. However we do it, whatever we put in would take care of both heating and air conditioning.
Question in the back, Suzanne?
Suzanne Weinberg. I'm just curious, Calvin or Eric, what the ballpark payback time might be. Like, is it on the order of 10 years or 30 years, or have you not even arrived at a general idea?
Eric, do you want to take a turn?
Sure.
Could you stand so Sadie can see you? Thank you. State your name.
My name is Eric Lineback, Chairman of the Energy Committee. So we've been looking at this issue for a while now. Unfortunately, Stan Howe, who is our master in this arena, is not here today, and I was hoping Alex Wilson might be because he is here, okay. So I will talk to this, and Alex may be the one to add something. So we have not, the complicating factor here is the wood stove portion of this, and it's hard to tell exactly how much heat that provides relative to what comes through the electrical baseboard heat. And so we have not done an analysis yet, but as Calvin pointed out, the costs to generate the heat portion of this would be in the 25 to 50% range of what we currently pay. So if we were to just very simply use that number, there'd be about a 4-year payback, but it's not as simple as that. And Stan will be the one sort of putting together the ROI analysis. So the best we can say now is that there certainly will be a payback. There's no doubt about that. I think it's much closer to the 5 or 10 years than it would be to the 30 years, but unfortunately at this point we don't have a number. And I also wanted to add that I think Stan had reached out to 5 installers for this, and we got 3 quotes, and they each had, you know, different solutions and different recommended units. The one that we sort of reviewed and decided was the best option was sort of in the middle of the price range, and that was in the upper $9,000 range. But I'm trying to think what else to add here. I guess that's it. Alex?
Alex Wilson. I'll just add that as Calvin mentioned, the heat pumps would provide cooling in addition to heating. And as the climate warms, our cooling load may increase. So this is in a way an investment in future energy costs. And the heat pump will be significantly more efficient than the window air conditioners that are used currently in the town office.
Go ahead, Sadie.
Mel Gilmore. I've heard that these things do not work well in cold weather. I hope I'm wrong, but it would seem that based on weather like today and lower, it might not work.
Alex, can you answer that question?
Alex Wilson. 20 years ago, there was a general sense that, or information that air source heat pumps did not work well below about 30 or 20 degrees maybe. The technology has changed dramatically. We use an air source heat pump, actually the same brand that's used in the quote that we're most favorable toward, and that heat pump will work down to minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit. So in extreme weather, when it's below minus 17, that heat pump would stop working, but we would not be removing the electric resistance heat in this renovation. That would be left as a sort of a separate system redundancy. There's also the wood stove for secondary redundancy. But it's a good question. That indeed was the case some time ago, that these did not work in very cold weather.
Any further debate? Hand in the back.
Michelle Charrier. I'm not debating. I think this is delightful news, and I'd like to request to the Energy Committee, wearing a different hat right now, that if this passes, would you please take the time, since it's a long time until next town meeting, to write an article for the Views of Dummerston and explain everything? We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Further debate? Down front?
My name is Jack McCunin, and I'd just like to know what is the estimated lifespan of the system that we're considering purchasing?
Who would like to answer that question? Alex, is that something you can answer?
Yeah, Alex Wilson. The technologies have evolved. They've gotten more complicated. So, and I would say there's not a long-term track record to know exactly how long it will last. My understanding is a typical lifespan is between 10 and 20 years. It may be 10 to 15. There may be some service required during that time. We've had ours in place 5 winters now and had no service needed on it other than cleaning the filters several times a winter.
Question over here.
Dan Marks, what brand are you leaning toward at this time?
The brand that the company we like, the quote provided is a Mitsubishi. It's a Japanese product. Thank you.
Beverly, do you have your hand up? Okay.
Beverly Tier. I don't know if this will be voted up or down, but if it's not voted in, I just want to say I don't have anything against heat pumps. I think they're a great idea, but I'd really like to see more accurate information. I'd like for you to have your research done before I vote yes.
Sadie, just behind you there, Mark.
Mark Cracom. About time I put my 2 cents in for a change. The heat pump is basically a heat exchanger. Same thing as the air conditioner in your house, same as the one in your vehicle. Your radiator that cools your vehicle is a heat exchanger. Now, if you watch this old house, you'll see them use the heat pumps, as Albert calls them, quite frequently. And Richard Thathui, the plumber for them, goes into great detail on how they work and how efficient they are. And yes, they've come a long way. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Harold. Can you take the mic, Harold? Thank you.
Yes, my question is, what is the warranty coming with those? And also, have we figured in the additional cost of electricity? We don't run electric heaters, but now we're going to run some by heat pumps that run 24/7 in order to function.
Can I say the Energy Committee is interrogated? Is everyone prepared to answer that? Alex?
Alex Wilson. I'm not sure of the warranty on the heat pump that's being looked at. It may be 2 or 3 years. Maybe someone else on the committee has that information. And what was the second part of the question?
Running is 24 hours.
Did we take into account the cost of electricity to run the heat pump?
Well, it would, if the electric heat pump is being used, the electric resistance heat would not be used, And the heat pump produces roughly 2.5 times as much heat, thermal energy, per kilowatt hour of electricity consumed. Because as Calvin mentioned, the heat pump is basically moving heat from outdoors to indoors, even though it's colder outdoors than indoors. That's the refrigerant cycle that Calvin was referring to. So we feel that it would save energy, save money in operating the town office. We hadn't actually, intended to, that we would the town would be voting to approve this today. We do intend on the Energy Committee to do detailed analysis in response to your question, Bev, to provide more detailed information before the Select Board enters into an agreement to purchase this. But I guess for the budgeting purposes, that needed to go into the warning for this meeting to allow that purchase to happen in the coming year, this year, if the analysis we do reaches a Select Board and they like it. So I don't think a final decision has been made. And we hope to provide detailed input to the Select Board to help them make that decision.
Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase and installation of heat pumps for the municipal building at a price not to exceed $10,000 and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We move to Article 11, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $469,506, of which $300,801 shall be raised by taxes and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020.
Seek and Madam Moderator, I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $469,506, of which $300,801 shall be raised by taxes and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve total general fund expenditures of $469,506, of which $300,801 shall be raised by taxes and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. Zeke, will you present the budget?
Oh, sure. All right, so if you'll open your white album and turn to page 19. Everybody with me so far? Okay, that's a general fund. I could skip over all of this and we could, just vote on it if you like, but I could go down through some of this and you can direct questions to Cindy and I'll try to answer them. But if you'll see under the first section, not too much change there. The Windham Solid Waste Management assessment has gone down, as you would hope, given that they're providing fewer services. What changed the most was workers' compensation. You see that just about doubled. Going down under administration, we proposed wage increases for town employees and elected officials, ranging from 1.25 to 2% was the average, and a few that went a little bit above that. Under administration, the town clerk is proposing hiring a assistant, and that who will work 580 hours over the course of the year, and so that's the increase there. Let's see, under the listers' wages, we proposed a 2% increase in wages. Now, we have two listers, one of whom's running, to go into the next year. We're going to be short a lister. And if that continues, you may have seen on news reports that some towns are going to professional services to provide things like the listers or animal control. So we're hoping that we'll have someone come along that would like to become a lister for the town. It's about 340 hours of work during the year. You get to work in a very convivial environment, and it is a paid position, so we're hoping that someone will come forward. Doug Hamilton, who has been a lister for 25 years, is not standing for election this year, so he'll be retiring. So I think we owe Doug a round of applause for all of that. And Doug can tell you great stories when he first got started and worked with Ted Glayback. And the listers were a lot looser back then, I think. But he had some great stories to tell. So if you'll turn to page 20, let's see, slight increase. We increased the treasurer's, back on page 19, the treasurer's hours by just a few hours a week to help her deal with her workload. Going down, zoning administrator, slight increase. He works 630 hours a year. Municipal building, just about level funded. Oh, no, it's not. An increase in computer expenses. Under public safety, we're staying with the same number of hours for the sheriff's contract, a slight increase in rescues assessment, the Humane Society about the same. I'd like to, I'm not sure what Wayne Emery is, one of our fine animal control officers in town, and I'm not sure what his plans are for the future, but I'd like to announce now, so you have plenty of time, that I'm going to retire as the other animal control officer at next year's town meeting. I'm going to retire, so that gives you plenty of time to plan the big party and parade. And come up with another animal control officer. Going on to page 21, we have the fire department, contribution to the fire department, level funded. We have a building loan repayment for their new station in the center. Emergency management that used to be funded by Vermont Yankee, and of course with the closing of that, those funds have gone away. And that's essentially, the $2,000 there is essentially for the emergency generators around town, just their maintenance. And the Selectboard has taken over the emergency management responsibilities in coordination with the fire department and road foremen and other state agencies that are involved with that. We have the health and welfare, very close to last year's budget. Cemeteries, little increase in the mowing because Taft Cemetery has been increased, so has the mowing for the cemeteries. Recreation Board, down just a little. Community Center, just asked for some help from the highway department, clearing some trees. Library, just a little bit of an increase there. Page 22, we have the Conservation Commission, just a slight increase, and they've been providing educational programs for people in the community for a long time now, and if you have not attended one of those or watched them on BCTV, I highly recommend them. We're saying the Farmland Protection Fund, we're recommending $2,500 for that. If you approve that, that would raise our Farmland Protection Fund to $28,461.81. And we currently have no projects in the works for that. The county tax is, part of it goes to supplies and training for the Sheriff's Department and the maintenance and running of the Superior Court in Newfane and judges. Memorial Day, let's see, I guess we got to the end. Any questions, you can direct them to Cindy and then I'll try to answer them for you.
Questions or debate? Paul? Sadie next to you.
Paul Nermando. Zeke, you mentioned under the Select Board's budget the workman's compensation item, and that has pretty much remained fairly steady over the last few years, and I see it's doubled. Have there been many claims, or is it just an increase? Is it just, well, that would be quite an increase in premium. So what's our rating? Has that changed?
We had quite a few claims on that in the previous year. And so when you put in claims, they tend to raise your rates. And so that's why we have almost doubled that insurance payment.
The nature of the claims, accidents on the job, were they truck accidents, or were they?
The workers,
was it
I would say it's part of our aging workforce.
I'm not sure that's a covered item.
Yeah, the nature of the injuries is actually confidential, but that's what, they were just work-related injuries by our town employees.
Elizabeth in the back.
I'm Elizabeth Wood. I move to increase the budget for the Farmland Fund to $5,000.
Elizabeth, you're making a motion to increase the budget of the Farmland Fund to $5,000, so an increase of $2,500.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion is seconded. It has been moved and seconded to increase the Farmland Protection Fund line in the municipal budget to $5,000, an increase of $2,500. Who seconded? Could you give your name? Thanks, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, do you want to present anything on this?
Sure. I'm a farmer and a member of the Farmland Committee. And months ago, the Farmland Committee submitted a proposal to the Select Board for funds to go into the Farmland Protection Fund. And at that time, we requested $5,000, the same what was voted in last year. When the budget came out, the Select Board had knocked it down to $2,500. 1 week ago, the committee met, and apparently most of the committee members had been persuaded that we ought to go along with the $2,500 because of increased pressures on the budget due to the need for a gravel pit. I opposed this decision, And one of the main reasons for that is we have 104 people who voted for this very same proposal for $5,000 for the Farmland Fund at the town meeting last year. And I'm sure many of the same people have come here today with the intention of voting their values by voting for farmland funding again. And for the committee to flip-flop on this and say that one year we do want to support farmland funding and another year we don't want you to, and maybe next year we will, is confusing and frustrating for her supporters. And I just don't think that the current circumstances justify backing down on the $5,000 proposal. Why not just let people vote? I don't think that putting $5,000 into instead of $2,500 into the farmland fund would be overburdensome in terms of taxes, not in the context of our whole budget. This is especially considering that these small amounts of money actually leverage larger amounts for conservation projects, which actually reduce taxes in the long run. Let's see. So, I think it's especially important to vote our values, and for me, when I look at places like Putney Road that were once really prime farmland, and think about how things could have been different, and look at the successes of this fund in conserving 2 farms in Dummerston, and how much more we could be doing, that's all the motivation I need to support this change.
Zeke, go ahead.
So, I just remind you that with this $2,500 that we're proposing for this portion of our budget this year, that will put our farmland fund to $28,461.81. And the Farmland Committee, as Elizabeth said, met maybe 2 weeks ago and went over this budget, and maybe someone else from the Farmland Committee would like to fill us in on their thoughts. Jack? Oh, sorry, I aspire to be a
Jack!
I voted for Cindy.
Thank you. It's hard to disagree
Jack,
with...
could you state your name,
Jack
please?
Mannix, the Farmland Protection Fund Committee. It's hard to disagree with Elizabeth on this, but the select board came to us, and she's right, because of the increased pressures of the budget this year, and the Farmland Committee voted 4-1 to help out the town temporarily by reverting to the $2,500 support. The reasoning behind this was not only the fact that the budget was higher, but also I think Pam McFadden had attempted to ask a question that last year that I will answer this year about what the possible goal would be and what limit there might be and how often we would ask for this. I think that we're not in a position on the Farmland Fund Committee to ask for $500,000 or a lot of money to buy a piece of land. What the farmland contributions do is contribute to an overall purchase with a bunch of different groups, much like the charities do. We give a token amount to our charities, but they're important because they generate more funds. So the 2 previous campaigns that we had for the Bunker Farm and the Class 1A farmland at the Moore Farm each required roughly $15,000. And since we had no active plan in front of us for future purchase, we thought this would be a good time to meet with the Vermont Land Trust, which we're scheduling, and try to find out what other towns are doing and what a reasonable approach might be to continue to ask for money for this fund. Don't want to think that we just need to keep asking for money for an idea. I think we need to ask it for a specific project or goal. And so understanding that this might be a temporary fund and a temporary request and that we might have to come back in future years, we felt that the town of Dummerston has been overwhelmingly supportive of agricultural lands and would continue to do so in the future, and that we would probably have the town's support if we needed the money more in future years, which we might need. The situation of declining farm, especially dairy farms that I mentioned last year, has only gotten worse, so it could be that projects may come up that would require more funding. But for this year, we thought the $2,500 would suffice until we came up with a more detailed plan.
Zeke would like to call a question. I'm sorry, Isha, let me just make sure I'm doing the right thing here. There is no debate once the question has been called and it can't be amended. Calling the question means ceasing debate and voting on the amendment that's on the floor. A 2/3 majority is needed to call the question. Yes? Wait. It does need a second. And you're right, Paul, I should have asked. I see. We look for a second before we call on another speaker, Jody. So I have heard a couple of seconds, and so we are going to move ahead with the vote to call the question. So if you...
cease debate. Calling the question requires 2/3 to cease debate. It's not on the amendment.
That's right. Okay. Sorry if I wasn't clear. The question on the floor right now is whether to cease debate and vote on the question that's on the floor. You're not voting on the question to increase the Farmland Protection Fund, you're voting on whether to cease debate. If you are in favor of ceasing debate...
Is there a discussion of this?
No, you cannot debate a calling of the question. Sorry, Isha. And yes, Paul.
Sorry, but was the gentleman who wanted to speak, did he, Paul Namendo, Isha apparently wanted to speak, did he raise his hand prior to the second? Did he ask to be spoken to?
He did, and I've already said, Paul, that we first do this. We don't interrupt once a motion has been made and before it's seconded to call on someone else.
I guess what I'm saying, what I'm asking about is if his request to speak was issued prior to the second of the motion to cease debate, doesn't that preclude the second? Doesn't that doesn't that have a priority?
I understood your question, and I believe it does not.
Okay.
A motion has been made and seconded to call the question. All those in favor of ceasing debate and moving on to a vote about the Farmland Protection Fund signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed to ceasing debate, say no. No. I can't determine whether that was 2/3 or not, so I'll call for a division of the House. If you voted yes in favor of ceasing debate, please stand. And can you guys divide?
Why don't I take this?
We'll make sure it does. So we're
No.
You got 32 in that section, Paul? You're saying 32 for that section on the tables. Okay, 33.
No, you counted.
Yes. Okay. You may be seated. All those voting no who would like to continue debate, please rise. Those in favor, you may be seated. Thank you. Those in favor of ceasing debate were 82. Those opposed were 57. That is not a 2/3 majority. Debate can continue. Isha, did you have something you wanted to contribute?
Yes. Isha Williams. I want to start out by saying I'm kind of shocked that Zeke would want to end debate. We had questions earlier today about what color the town office is going to be, what brand the heat pump is going to be. I feel that protecting farmland is essential to the future of our town. Climate change is one of the biggest problems the world faces right now, and one of the best ways to stop climate change is to protect open space. Two of the biggest causes of climate change are cars, people driving around, and heating and cooling buildings, as we discussed earlier. One of the best ways to reduce the need for cars is to have people live in places like downtown Brattleboro rather than in remote areas on farmland and in forest land. That way you can have public transportation. Anyone who's been to rural Europe has seen this. You can get to rural towns on a train. You don't have to have a car, even in a small town the size of Dummerston. People who live in multifamily housing, like you see at the Brooks House and upstairs in the Brattleboro Food Co-op, use a lot less energy to heat and cool their homes. And so even though this is just $2,500, I feel this is an important thing that our town can do to address climate change, which is one of the biggest problems the world faces today. In terms of there being no immediate pending projects, we plan for the future. We invest, we have a capital fund for if the dump truck breaks down, if the snow plow breaks down, if the roof in the town office leaks. We plan ahead so we'll have money. There are a number of farms in Dummerston that need to be protected. One of them is the Miller Farm, which is hundreds of acres, much bigger than the other projects we've done, Bunker Farm and Moore Farm. The Scott Farm is not protected. Florence Howe's land, which she has unfortunately passed on, but the land that she left needs to be protected. That's prime farmland along the Connecticut River at the end of Olds Ferry Road. Nelson Gilson's land. There's numerous amounts of farmland that we should protect. We're talking about $2 per person. That's approximately the difference. There's 2,000 people in Dummerston. We're talking about raising this fund by $2,500. Last year we voted by, it's in the back of here, it's in the agenda on the last page, second to last page here. I think it was 104 to 30 was the vote in favor of doing this. I think we should do it again. We're voting overall today on about $4 million in spending. So we're talking here about $2,500. That's it. Thank you.
There's someone else, the woman right behind you, Sadie.
Hello, my name's Jess Diamondstone. So I'm incredibly grateful to be a member of a community that places this issue high enough on our priority list to bring it here today to be discussed. Tremendously grateful to all of you who decided that this topic is worth a few more moments of our time. I'm also grateful for this community's foresight and grateful to our farmers for the resiliency that they are building and for the nourishment that they provide. And I'm tremendously grateful to the fertile land that we hold dear. Our present food system is absolutely and completely unsustainable. One clear example of this is that California, which provides 2/3 of our fruits and nuts, is experiencing unprecedented droughts and fires. Throughout the world, the entire world, our food sources are burning and flooding. In the face of a dwindling and finite supply of fossil fuel, as well as the undeniable environmental damage that we create as we frack and burn it in order to feed our families. Through the coming challenges and for a better world, we need all the farmland and all the innovative, environmentally conscious farmers available to us. 44,000 acres of Vermont's agricultural land, that's more than twice the area of Dummerston, has been converted to industry and urban sprawl just since 1982. And under 5% of Dummerston consists of prime agricultural soils. We can no longer think about just feeding our own families anymore with those 5% of fertile soil. We have a world to be thinking about. People here today are talking about what we can and can't afford, and I guarantee you, I stand with everyone here knowing what trials it takes to figure out how to budget our lives. But I can also guarantee you that we can afford to pay and contribute $5,000 to this essential fund, and we cannot afford to lose one precious acre of Dummerston's farmland. Thank you.
I think Reed had his hand up last time. To your left, Sadie.
Good morning, Reed Miller. I wasn't going to say anything, but my name got put out there, my family's name, I think it was, and so I'm just going to offer a small opinion. I'm very much in favor of this program and what it's intended to do. Having said that, I'm also a taxpayer, and I very much appreciate my neighbors and what they do to support the town of Dummerston in its town, in its education, and I'm well aware that when we spend money, it comes directly out of our pockets. And that includes myself. So even though I may be a farm, I'm also someone who has to support this, including the gravel pit, et cetera. So I'm asking people not to be offended if their neighbor votes one way or the other, because it's what we do here. And next year, the committee will be back and say, we would like more funds. But out of respect for my neighbors, I'm not one of those people. But I do believe in what we're trying to do very strongly.
Molly Stoner, Sadie.
Hi, Molly Stoner. I just was wanting to make a comment on the process that I was hearing, and I wanted to check, Jack, if I have something right from what you had said. Is it true that the committee initially proposed $5,000?
The Farmland Protection Committee is interrogated. Can someone answer the question as to whether it was originally $5,000 that was proposed?
Jack Mannix. Yes, after the berating we got from Lewis last year for not submitting it early, we submitted it early this year. Of course, at that time, we didn't realize that, I don't think we thought much about the gravel pit and the impact it might have on the town. What other complications we thought about, I know I did, was the fact that we wanted to build a consensus among the townspeople to support our committee in the future. We're not giving up on supporting agricultural land. And if the need arose, I'm sure we would contact the select board directly, for assistance in coming up with an immediate plan. But, this town, as Reed says, it does affect our pocketbooks, as we're large landowners, as well as each individual in town. And we think it's important that this town be able to have its working class and its young people that have been brought up here be able to afford to stay to live here. So we don't want to put an burden on them as working people also. That was part of our consideration.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what my thinking is that if the initial sort of philosophical belief of the committee was that $5,000 would be an appropriate amount, and I appreciate the fiscal conservatism both in your statement and also in the select board's actions. But I guess what I heard is that that was reduced to $2,500 because of sort of a fear about the budget rising so much due to the gravel pit. And yet we just passed the gravel pit with no comment or virtually no comment. So I feel like that fear is there's no basis for it. And I mean, again, I'm just commenting on process. I'll vote for the extra money for farmland regardless. But I guess that just in terms of that process, if the reason to reduce was because of a fear about the gravel pit, and we didn't discuss the gravel pit, I don't think there is fear in this body about that piece, and therefore I support the increase to $5,000 to maintain the philosophical and practical belief in our farmland. Thanks.
Lynn?
Sorry, it's hard to get up. Lynn Levine. So my concern is that when we go down in a budget, it's hard for us to come back again. So maybe we'll remember this for this year, but we'll remember next year that we really lowered the budget. We wanted $5,000, but we asked for $2,500. So I'm really concerned that we're really talking about a very low amount per person, and I don't want to lose this movement that we've had.
Right in the front here, Sadie. Can you stand so Sadie can see you? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Glenn Kessler. I'm a recent addition to the community, but I do know that this was a big topic of conversation last year, and it seems almost incendiary to me to come back with a reduced number and make this conversation happen again. So there seems to be like, oh, we're having this conversation again. We're having it again because it was asked for and it was low, and we're coming back with a number that was lowered. Even if it was going to be lowered a little, it doesn't seem like it had to be lowered all the way back to its original $2,500. So to me, it shouldn't be lumped in with the gravel pit. It's its own separate issue about how we feel about farmland. And it seems like if last year this conversation happened, that we should kind of move forward with that movement and not keep returning to it. And just as a final comment, I do think it's important that this fund start to be used even in small ways, and that grants be made or information be put out that this money is available, or that projects can be funded with this money, that it's not just held on to, but that some of it start to be used, or at least plans made for it to be used, so that we can kind of see smaller results coming out of the money that we're putting into it. Thank you.
Lewis, you wanted to contribute?
Yes, Lewis White. I talked with Jack Mannix, and I know that last year Pam asked a question and it didn't get answered, and the question was how much needs to be in here. And I know Isha brought up that we have a capital fund and we put in X amount every year, or we asked the voters to put that in. And Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we spoke, you said that you were looking really at $30,000 because that would do 2 projects at $15,000 apiece. And we're with nothing in the pipeline now. With next year's contribution, that would put it at $30,000. And I think when we were discussing with Jack, if something came up, we understand that it's going to be an increase to get it back up, you know, and Jack, could you give me a nod of the head if the 30,000 was what we had thought? Because if we have a project coming up, if we keep putting in the 2,500, excuse me, each year, I don't think this is to buy a farm, it's for the seed money, as Jack used to always say at all the meetings. And so I guess what I'm saying is, I'd like to have that clarified if it was, if that's what the number was, and I don't think the correct numbers were out there of how much was in this fund at the time. And now that we know with this, it will bring it up to 28,000. And next year it will bring it up to 30,000. With nothing in the pipeline, I don't think we're going to be spending any of this money at this point. And I just want to clarify that the gravel pit has not passed. That's Australian Ballot, so we really didn't speak about that. So we don't know if the gravel pit's going to pass or not pass. That's something completely different than that.
Suzanne.
Thanks. I was going to make the point about the Australian ballot. So we don't know, Molly, whether we have a gravel pit yet. But the point I also want to make, I feel personally really, really torn about this farmland protection discussion that we have every year. I'm a hearty supporter of local agriculture, and I've looked carefully at what the point of the fund is, and I just feel very pulled by a lot of the arguments that my neighbors are making. And when I feel that torn, I really like to trust the committee members who have delved into the issue, chewed it over, really looked at all these things, and also trust our select board, who's trying to save us money but also run the town really well. And I feel like when we disavow that I mean, I don't think we need to rubber stamp everything that the committees do or the select board does, but I also, when in doubt, like to go with committee recommendations. So that's my thinking, and I feel terrible whether I sit or stand on this one. But I just wanted to make that point, that I think if we want people to step up and be on committees and run for offices, we need to really pay attention to all the hard work they've been doing.
Hugh, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you. Hugh Worden. I'll just, a couple things on this. I think we're all kind of standing on the same side of the room, arguing just a different way to get to it. We got a destination, there's multiple ways to get to it. You can advocate, one is not necessarily better than the other. So there's no way, I really believe there's no one in this room that doesn't believe that we want to protect the land in Dummerston. It's about how do we get there. So as we sit up here and create this budget, we look at the entire budgeting process for the town, and we try to equitably figure out where we need to put that money. And then we look at what the risk is, what the gain is, how that's going to work. So here's the farmland protection. We're building that fund up. As Jack said, it's a seed money to provide into multiple input sources to save something. But that's not the only thing that's going to happen. I mean, everything, you've got to look at this objectively, where if something came up in this town that was truly a threat, first thing that's going to kick in is the zoning process. That's going to give you 30, 60, 90 days to look at what's going on. And then I suspect we would probably call a special town meeting. And guess what? People are going to show up at that, and you're going to, if the funding went beyond what's in the resources that's in the Farmland Protection Fund now, we're going to be sitting here together, all on the same team, not talking about how we're going to get 2,500 or 5,000 or 10,000. We're going to figure out how to obtain the objective of saving that piece of property that's been brought to us. So what I'm asking is, this is not a one way is the only way. There's multiple ways that we are going to protect land in this town. And as we sat here and developed this budget, we look at the committees, we get their input, we balance that throughout the town, and we come up with the best thing to present. That's what we did. I think the 2,500 is sufficient. We got that factually from when Jack and his committee put that in. And then as I look at it, we have the process I just described to you that would really put a solid brick wall against anything that the residents of this town did not want. So as you look at this, we're all trying to get to the same point. We're just kind of looking at it a little bit differently. But regardless, we're all going to get to that point. I think we would protect the land in this town. Thank you.
Further debate? Vern?
Vern Grubinger, I'm a member of the Farmland Committee too. I just wanted to give a little background of the Farmlands discussion, because one thing we do want to get to is an agreement with the Select Board for a plan going forward, so we don't have to have this debate every year, somewhat along the lines of a capital plan. I think the committee believes we'll actually need a lot more money in the fund, because projects may come upon us that are just the sale of private land, for example. It'd be really expensive to be a partner in that, but we don't actually know, so we're going to do our due diligence this year. We've invited the Vermont Land Trust to try and get a better handle on what are other towns and funds spending, what do these projects cost, what should be our target for the funds, so that we can work with the Select Board to have a longer term plan. Because the reality is the Farmland Fund and the committee have no power. We simply make recommendations to the Select Board when projects come up, and the Select Board authorizes those funds, and those funds aren't expended until the Select Board makes such a decision. So that was one reason we deferred to their request to maintain political goodwill with the Select Board, so we can work together, come up for a long-term plan, and we can dispense with these annual debates about small amounts of dollars, when really it's a big picture, long-term question, and how are we going to be best prepared for that. And I just want to end by reiterating what Jack said. The committee really appreciates the town's support. We strongly believe in the mission, and we're grateful to live in a town where we have the resources allocated to have this kind of discussion.
The motion on the floor is to amend the municipal budget by adding another $2,500 to the Farmland Protection Fund. In Moderator's School, they ask us to try, as far as we can divine, to call on people alternately in favor of or against a motion on the floor. The last four speakers seem to be against the motion on the floor. Is there anyone else who has the urge to speak in favor? Yes, I forget your name. Could you say it again when you have the mic? Thank you.
Tammy McNamara, and I felt moved to speak in the interest of balance, as you just mentioned. And I would simply ask that, personally, I'm going to support the original ask of the Farmland Conservation Committee for $5,000 and the will of the voters at last year's town meeting and ask for $5,000.
Is there further debate? Are you ready for the question? Seeing no hands, you are voting on whether to amend the municipal budget by adding $2,500 to the Farmland Protection Fund so that they receive a total allocation of $5,000 this year. All those in favor of amending the budget signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Not hearing a request for a division of the House, I'm going to say the ayes do have it, and the budget is amended. I will ask the body. Our legislators arrived just as we started on Article 11. They have been patient. Shall we interrupt Article 11 to allow them to speak? I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay. Representatives Nader, Hashim, and Mike Mrowicki, and Senator Jeanette White. I am a little concerned that we get through this entire article before we break for lunch. Word to the wise.
Hello, Dummerston. It's like a breath of fresh air to be back home, back where it's nice and peaceful outside of Montpelier, so I'm really glad to be back here. And I'll try to keep this quick because I know what it's like to get a long speech right before lunch, so I'll try to go through this real quick here. So, like any freshman legislator, when I went up to Montpelier, I had things that I was nervous about. And one of the things that made me kind of nervous was entering this environment where it was possible that there would be a lack of camaraderie or a strong sense of teamwork, kind of like what I had at the Westminster Barracks when I was a trooper. But thankfully, my fears were for nothing. And I tell you that because the Windham County delegation is very close-knit. We back each other up, and we do help each other out quite a lot. And what I've learned from other legislators up in Montpelier is that there aren't really any other counties in Vermont where the county delegation is as well organized and close-knit as Windham County. So I'm very proud to be a part of this team, and I know the entire county is very well represented in Montpelier. And I'd also like to say how incredibly thankful I am to represent the Windham 4 District along with my colleague, Representative Mrowicki. As you can imagine, there is a constant stream of information from all different sectors of government, and it's good to have a veteran legislator who can show you the ropes here and there when you get confused. And with that being said, I'll move on to some of the actual legislation we've been working on. So I've been assigned to the Judiciary Committee from the start of the session, and one of the big bills that we've had to do, that we've had to work on is H57, which is a bill that protects women's access to reproductive health care. Now, as you can imagine, there was a whole lot of misinformation that was spread about this bill, and I'm happy to clarify anything. I'll be around here for a while after this. I'm happy to clarify anything for folks if they have any questions about this bill. But what I'll tell you is this. The bill that we passed in the House is one which codifies the current status quo of what has been Vermont's practice when it comes to women's reproductive health care for the last 46 years. There is a legitimate fear that Roe v. Wade may be overturned, and in the event that that happens, it becomes the default responsibility of the state to codify how they regulate reproductive health care. So basically what this is doing, Vermont has taken the preemptive step of saying everything that we've done for the last 46 years, we're just going to keep on doing that. And this legislation also really shows that the state of Vermont trusts women, it trusts their health care providers, and it respects personal autonomy and privacy. Another issue that we've addressed is closing a loophole in domestic violence cases. Before this session started, I was asked by Representative Sibilia of Londonderry to work on H7, which was a bill that passed unanimously in the House just a few weeks ago. This bill allows prior offenses of domestic violence from out of state to be taken into consideration by police and prosecutors during domestic violence investigations. And we already apply this practice to other crimes such as DUI and violations of abuse prevention orders, and it makes sense to me that we also apply it to domestic assault. I believe it's important that we hold serial domestic abusers responsible for their actions while also affording victims more protection. And just a few days ago, my committee began work on a bill that would guarantee all folks in Vermont have access to a public defender for minor misdemeanors. Some of you may not know, but public defenders are not guaranteed for all people who enter the court systems. And I strongly believe that no matter who you are or how much money you have or what crime you've committed, you have a right to a lawyer and you have a right to a fair trial, as it's written in our Constitution. Now, another issue that is near and dear to my heart is fair and impartial policing. At the start of the session, we heard a lot of testimony from the Attorney General's office, local and state police, as well as multiple advocacy groups for civil and migrant rights. There was a lot of disagreement at the beginning. However, last week I saw something that I never thought I would see, which is the Attorney General agreeing with all of the advocacy groups. And these folks came into our committee with smiles on their faces and they said, "We've cooperated and we've found a compromise." And so that's not something you hear very often from dedicated stakeholders regarding a pretty contentious issue. And the new policy hasn't been officially introduced to the floor of the Assembly yet, but I can tell you that it grants the level of independence that police wish to have, but it also affords more protection to migrant communities and also avoids liability issues for the state of Vermont itself when it comes to its relationship with the federal government. Now, on a different topic, at the start of the session, I became a member of the Climate Solutions Caucus, and I've also supported legislation that would prohibit the creation of any more large-scale fossil fuel infrastructure. And I've said this many times before, but no one needs to be a climate scientist or expert to know that climate change is real, It's influenced by human activities, and if we don't act on it, our future generations will be impacted by it. Now, I also recognize there are a number of other issues, and I'm not going to stay up here for a very long time. But we recognize that the issues of broadband, affordability, opioid addiction, and infrastructure, these are all issues that we care about. And these are all issues that us legislators, we keep in our minds as we're going about our daily business in Montpelier. One last issue that was brought to my attention recently was funding for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. What I've learned is that they're at risk of losing a fair amount of money that they are entitled to per statute. And as somebody who's a strong proponent of affordable housing in this state, I'm going to do my part to make sure that they are guaranteed the money that they deserve. Lastly, I believe in open communication, and there are a number of ways you can keep in touch with all of your legislators. You can call the State House and literally just say to the person on the other end of the phone, I want to deliver a message to Representative whoever or a senator, and they will come and hand deliver us a message within a few minutes. You can also call and email us, and we will do our best to get back to you in a very timely fashion. So again, thank you all for the opportunity to serve you in Montpelier.
Good morning. Good morning. It's great to be home. And one of those, it's a pleasure to serve. It's an honor to serve, but it takes us away from home, and this is why we want to be here. And it was interesting to watch you parsing pieces of the budget here, and I can reassure you, the same kind of process goes through the budget up in Montpelier. We take it very seriously to be fiscally responsible, and that every dollar that gets spent gets turned over and looked at. So it's great to see that democracy is here alive in Vermont, and we want to keep it that way. And in a representative democracy, we are your representatives and the conduit, so we want to make sure we're hearing from you, listening to you, and why we show up for things like this, why we have our contact information and available to us. And before I go any further, we have a newsletter that's on the back table there, which covers a little bit more than what we're going to talk about here, but also has our contact information. So we want to hear from you. I also want to mention what a pleasure it's been serving with Nader. Nader has jumped right in with both feet. He's working hard, and he's been a great addition to both to our county delegation and to the state legislature. So we're glad to have him here. Now, how things are going in Montpelier, we started a little later this year the way things work out, but we've really hit the ground running. There's 14 committees in the House, 11 in the Senate, and there's a myriad of issues that we deal with, from agriculture to transportation and everything in between. One of the things that we're concerned about, though, in the last election there was talk nationally about the economy. And the reality was that the economy was not really working for everybody. And that's why I think things moved in the direction they did. And we need to make sure we make an economy that works for all of us, not just a select few. So there's a few things we can do to move that along. The first is last year we stopped taxing Social Security benefits for people whose income are under $60,000 a year. For some people for whom Social Security is their income in retirement, we want to make sure that goes a little farther. So that's one of the first things we did. Something we're trying to do for working people around the state is most other industrial countries provide a paid family leave. So when a child is sick, for when an aging parent has to be cared for, people don't have to make that agonizing decision of, do I go to work? Or if I'm sick, do I go to work sick? Most other nations do this, and we should too. That's why we're going to be working again to pass the paid family leave bill. We passed it last year. The governor vetoed it. We're going to come back with it because we think it's the right thing to do. It's going to help families. It's going to help right across the board. Another thing we're working on is raising the minimum wage. I don't know if you think about what it's like to try and get by on $10 an hour in this economy, it doesn't go very far. Our minimum wage, I think, is $10.20 right now, which is $3 an hour better than New Hampshire, which is still tied to the federal. But the reality is that what people at the local level get a little bit more, they tend to spend it locally. So this is a win-win right along the board. So that's another area where we're trying to level the playing field and make it this an economy that works for all. As Nader mentioned, we have a climate caucus. This is a group of legislators, there's 80 of us right now, who take on extra work. We meet once a week to try and hear what's going on around the country, to hear what's going on in the state. Because this is something that, as the recent UN report pointed out, our lives depend on it, our future depends on it, and anything we can do, from agriculture to transportation, we need to move forward. Something we're doing in very concrete terms we want to do this year is our Attorney General was part of a class action suit against Volkswagen. Volkswagen got caught cheating with how they were programming their diesels to register their MPG. We won $8 million. What we want to do is turn that money right back around and help reduce our carbon footprint. So a good portion of that money we want to put into home weatherization. There's a lot of older housing stock in Vermont, and we've been regularly funding lower income people, and we want to continue to do that, but also expand so that more middle and working class people who might not be able to put the money up front can start to weatherize their home and stop heating the outdoors. The other thing we want to do is we have a plan that includes having more electric vehicles. We want to encourage people to drive electric vehicles. Our biggest electric producer, Green Mountain Power, has a very green energy portfolio. If you plug your electric car into that, you're not plugging into natural gas, you're plugging into a renewable. We want to encourage that, so we're going to put some subsidies out there to help. And if you have an electric car, though, you need some place to charge it. So what we're finding is people who have electric cars are finding it hard to find the infrastructure to plug them in when they're out in the public. So that's the other piece we're going to do with this money. We want to create some more infrastructure for that. Lastly, as some people know, there's been a concern around education in this state. And I have never thought governance was the problem with our education system. And yet we have a law that's churning up communities going right across the state. And Act 46 is probably the most difficult law that I had to work with. After I was reelected, I helped start the process to put together a tripartisan coalition in the State House. I've been working with people who I agree with nothing else about. There's quite a wide political spectrum, but this is about our children, and we've been coming together to that. We tried to put a bill out that would amend and slow down Act 46 right now. We came up 3 votes short. But we're going to keep pushing. That bill is in the Senate now. We're going to look at that. And I know that this is going to be in the courts for a while. There was a recent court decision this week which didn't go the way we wanted, but not surprisingly. We're hoping as the case progresses, we can make some progress. And here's the big picture of why I'm concerned. There are some people who think consolidation is the way to go at everything. It's what I call the Burlington mindset. They want to consolidate hospitals, they want to consolidate schools, and take away from what we have here in our small towns. A bill was introduced, H488 this week, that says we want the Secretary of Education to devise a plan to create one statewide school district, to do away with all statewide school districts. One. Talk about losing local control. And this is where my conservative friends and I agree that this is the essence of what we like about small town Vermont. We have a say in what we do. We can come here and and act in a democratic fashion to help run the schools, the government, and get what we want here. I'm going to continue to fight against this. I'm going to continue to support our hometowns, local decision-making, and what I want to do is make sure we continue to work together. And I'm here to serve you, so please get in touch whenever you feel like we're doing something you don't want or you have a suggestion for what we should be doing otherwise. And until then, looking forward to hearing from you and continue to serve you. So thank you very much.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jeanette White. I am one of the 2 senators from Windham County, and it continues to be an honor to serve you, more and more so every year as I find that I take positions on issues and do have votes that many people don't agree with, and then votes that people do agree with. So it is an increasing honor every year to serve you. In the Senate, we serve on 2 committees. In the morning, I serve on Judiciary, the counterpart of Nader's committee. And one of the things that we've been working on for the last number of years is the reform of our criminal justice system, primarily around the prisons and the Department of Corrections. And I just, in 2011, it was predicted that if we kept on the same trajectory that we were on, that by this year we would have 2,800 people incarcerated. Pretty high number. Through the efforts that we've made over the past years, we have 1,700. About 400 of those are in detention, not sentenced. So we have bent the curve a little bit, and we're still working on it. I put together a not a very elegant sheet here, but it tells who is in prison, who's incarcerated, who's in detention, and what they're there for. Not individual names, but if anybody wants one, excuse me, I didn't make enough copies to just leave out, but you can get one or I can send you one. We also, in Judiciary, just passed, and we just passed it out of the Senate as a whole, a tax and regulate system for cannabis. This is the 5th time the Senate has done it, and we have hopes that this year it will actually make it through the House, and we hope be signed by the governor. One of the things that we just passed out of the Senate was something that the governor vetoed last year, and we're hoping that he won't this year. There are, when you buy an app for your phone, or when you rent a car, or when you get a job, there are what are called standard form contracts. And you go down to the bottom of that and you say accept. Now, I would guess that most of you did not read the entire contract because it might have been 20 pages long. So you just accept because you want the product or you want the job. Some of the things that you're signing away are pretty crucial, and I'm going to give you an example of an employment contract. So it's the same kind of thing for products and services, but here's an employment contract. You sign the contract, you have just agreed that if you have a sexual harassment complaint, you have 6 hours from the time it happens to report it, you get 2 minutes for a deposition, you have to go to Nevada to file your complaint because that's where their headquarters are. You can pick from their arbitrators who just happen to be all VPs of their company, who charge $1,000 an hour, and you've given up your right to any jury trial. That's the kind of thing you're signing away when you sign these standard form contracts. So we have just passed out of the Senate a bill that says that those are no longer enforceable in Vermont. In my afternoon committee, I chair government operations, and we deal with what I think of as the foundation of democracy: elections, municipal issues, the structure of government, law enforcement, the military. We're doing a lot of bills in there, but one of the things that we've just become aware of, and I was made aware of it by one of my constituents who brought to me the fact that we have just had our 3rd National Guard death by people who have the same kinds of symptoms, people who served by the burn pits. The burn pits are these 3 football-size pits that they dig in Afghanistan, Iraq, and 2 places in Africa to get rid of the junk. The tires, the old Jeeps, the animals, body parts, human waste, all that. And they dump it in, light it on fire, and it burns. So they discovered that at one of the sites, it was pitting the sides of the airplanes. Well, you can't have the ashes pitting the sides of the airplanes. So they moved it closer to the base, where the people are actually serving, which doesn't make any sense to me. But the Veterans Administration is very reluctant to admit that this is a problem, and our fear is it's going to become another Agent Orange, with many, many deaths and many years before we actually do something. So we are having, our committee is having testimony from the VA, from the Guard, from our federal delegation, from the Vermont Medical Society. We're trying to get people signed up for what's called the Burn Pit Registry, and I can give you details afterwards if anybody has some specific questions about that. But it is a really important issue, and we need to face it as a state, because the people coming back are our residents. This is a federal issue, but it's our residents. So we also deal with constitutional amendments, and we have, I believe, 5 of those at this point. We are looking at one that would change the language just a little bit around the anti-slavery article in the Constitution, and I won't go into detail, but if anybody has questions about it, please ask me. Our relationship with the governor seems to be much better. This year, I think last year, we said that we were having such a hard time getting the administration to come in and talk to us and work with us around bills. That seems to be improved this year, and he is sending his people in to work with us on issues before it gets to the point of passing them. We just, PFOAs, if you've been, I'm sure you know about them, they're rampant in Bennington, but they're being found all over the state now. It's some, I won't even try and pronounce it, but it's some chemical in the water that primarily came from the production of Teflon, which we all loved when it came out. And we have just passed, there are 5,000 classes of PFOAs, and we have just passed out of our Senate Natural Resources Committee the strongest PFOA language in the entire country. So we're hoping to get a handle on that. And I'm just going to tell you this one thing that it was so emotional for me to watch. We have on the top of our State House, we have Ceres, the goddess of agriculture. And she was taken down a year and a half ago or so because she was rotting. And she is now in a museum someplace, and we have a new one. And if you get a chance to watch Authorize, the community television station in Montpelier, and they filmed it. And being there in person was pretty emotional for people, but watching it was, as she goes up to go on to the top of the building, they zoomed in on her face, and she kind of sways like this in the wind. And I was watching it, and I was moved to tears because she took on this life. And I said, oh my God, that is what we are all about. So I hope you come up and see it. Thank you.
All 3 legislators can stick around for a little bit to answer questions privately, or if you prefer, you can ask questions now. Ed?
Ed Antes. I understand that in the last legislative session, some changes were made regarding the town clerks and their office as a notary public. That's an important thing for us, and I understand that insurance issues are an item that need to be addressed about that.
Yes, for some reason, it was not listed as part of the town clerk's duties. That is changing. It'll be put either into the notary bill or it'll be put into the definition of town clerks, but that is being changed.
Jody, up front?
Yeah, Jody Normando. I don't have to say Dummerston, I guess. What I want to say to all 3 of you, and Mike brought it up, calling the state of Vermont a democracy, and dealing with Act 46 the Agency of Education, the Governor, the Board of Education, when it's in a law that says that we get to vote on something, and then our vote is only counted as community sentiment, it is not respected, we are not a democracy anymore. And I sure hope, there is the bill that's gone from the House, which is a lousy bill. Even Senator Baruch didn't like it. But I hope in the Senate that you, Jeanette, and all the senators at least get a bill passed through that says voting does matter and we are a democracy. Thank you.
We are dealing with that issue. We didn't deal with it before crossover because of the time constraints, but I don't know if there will be a bill, but we'll have some hearings on it. And we are working on a stronger bill in the Senate than came over from the House.
Anyone else? Richard?
Richard Epstein. Excuse me. I would like to echo what Jody said. And from one of our great practitioners of democracy, Charles Fish, from a discussion well over a year ago, not only are our children's education at stake, but our community's democracy is at stake. If we become part of this combined school district, we will really, this body on an annual basis is going to dwindle because the school budget is the big nut that we all participate in. And if that is controlled by people far away and we really don't have a say, then this annual meeting is deeply threatened. I hope that you all, and especially you, Jeanette, because I think if I remember correctly, you voted for Act 46 in its original permutation, will fight tooth and nail to get us back to local control on this issue.
Richard, I just want to echo that and speak to that. You're right. There's nothing more basic in a democracy than respecting the vote. And in this instance, the outcome is not what we want. We are going to keep pushing for this. As I said, there's the sentiment from Burlington that wants to do away with all school districts because they don't know the essence of what happens in our towns here. And it's up to us to make sure they understand that. So thank you.
Calvin, I saw your hand. Can you raise your hand again? Yes, so that Kyle can find you. There you go.
Calvin Farwell. I've already gone record with both Mike and Nader as being the champion of doing something about climate change. I just became aware yesterday of House Act 353, which I think is called something like the Weatherization and Jobs Act or something like that. It is a known fact that a very big chunk of Vermont's carbon footprint is due to inefficient heating of residences. So weatherizing is a big issue and can save an awful lot of carbon dioxide. So I'm wondering if either of you know anything about what are the chances of this bill. The idea is with a small tax increase, provide money for weatherization of houses and will also create a lot of jobs. So any idea about how this act is moving along?
Calvin, thanks for that. We have been undertaking efforts at weatherization for a long time, focusing mostly on lower income. The idea is to start to expand that. So that's why we're taking some of the VW money. There is money in the budget, and we're going to keep building on that. So you're absolutely right. This is the low-hanging fruit for us to continue to do what we can here in Vermont on the bigger parts of our carbon footprint.
Oh my, lots of it. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Just real quick, I just wanted to mention, I want to echo, your sentiment. The issue of climate change is something that we all are thinking about, regardless of what committee we're serving in. And the issue with weatherization, we do have a very old housing stock in Vermont, and it's also very expensive and difficult to build newer and smaller but more efficient houses in this state. But that is something that I'm focusing on as well, outside of judiciary. So thank you.
Brenda?
Brenda Davis. I'm wondering about the 5G towers and if there's any work going on, pros and cons about it. I don't really understand it, but I hear a lot of cons. And also, the Green Mountain Power opt-out in the smart meters. Has there been any research, continued research that we can rely on?
In regards to 5G, most of Vermont is still waiting for 3 and 4G. We are on the bottom of the list for anything that's going to happen. This morning I met with Derek Jordan, who lives here in Dummerston, and Derek is part of a group that's trying to raise the concerns that we need to look at this. If there are problems, we need to know about it. What we need to do is make sure people understand. The challenge is that there's a lot of pushback from community people who want broadband, who see this as a way. But the reality is that, as we saw with OxyContin and other opioid drugs, the industries don't necessarily put people first. And this is an area where we need to put people first and make sure before we move ahead. What I would share is this is not going to happen anytime soon. This is way down the road. Vermont is always at the bottom of the list. And in regards, I'm not sure, again, the second part of the question was the meter opt-out.
Yeah, and the research. They were doing research, they weren't sure about the research yet on the smart meter.
Sure, and I'm not aware, but I do know that if you don't want a smart meter, you just tell them, they'll come, they'll put it, and they'll do an older meter on that.
The legislators will stay. Is there anyone who has a question that they want to ask in front of the body? Paul?
Thank you, Paul Normando. Jeanette, this is addressed to you. My understanding is that there was some movement in the Senate to extend the time frame for forced mergers. I don't know where that's going, but I guess it's more imperative at this point, given the bad news that we got yesterday on the court. So I wanted to know what your take is on, is there any appetite or momentum in the Senate to extend the time frame for the forced mergers?
Yes, that's what I was referring to Jody's question. We are working on what we consider a stronger bill than came over from the House, whether it'll be use that as the vehicle or whether we'll have our own bill. And I think I believe that some members of our Education Committee are surprised that there are as many people in the Senate that feel we need to have some delay as there are, because I think they had underestimated us, so we're working behind the scenes to try and get ourselves organized.
Okay, Joe, something you want to address now?
I'm Joe Cook. I would just point out that I think Vermont now has some 30,000 less students than we once had, and that Act 46 was designed in part to address that reality. I see the New York Times, and they compare properties with comparable values in places like Vermont and, I don't know, Kentucky, Arizona, Washington State. Consistently, Vermont property taxes are far higher than they are in other states with comparably priced properties. And when companies are thinking about relocating to new communities, they look at things like that. One of our big problems as a state is we're seeing our children are finding that they can't afford to live here any longer. And again, I think that I'm a little disappointed. I see in the budget that the select board, in its wisdom, has not decided to grant any additional funds this year to the Southern Vermont Economic Development Group. I would just point out that ours is a regional economy, and we really need to be looking at these issues for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our legislators, and they will stick around for questions. We are back to the main motion, which has been amended. I'm going to read it to you again, and then I'm going to ask you a question. It has been moved and seconded that we approve total general fund expenditures of $472,006, of which $303,301 shall be raised by taxes and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020. I don't recall a time that we ever broke for lunch in the middle of a motion. Some people don't come back after lunch, they leave. So I'm going to put it to the body. Shall we continue with this motion? I believe that there will be other suggestions, motions to amend, and other questions for the select board. Or shall we continue moving ahead and delay lunch a little longer? Who would like to break now in the middle of a motion? Raise your hands, please. Who would like to continue with this motion? All right. All right. Okay. No need to count. Okay, so the motion on the floor was just read. Yes, Connie, you had your hand up.
Connie Baxter. I'm a member of the Social Services Advisory Committee. I move that the health and welfare portion of the town's municipal budget be increased by $570 and that the funds be allocated as recommended by the Social Services Advisory Committee as listed on the flyer on your seats. And every seat should have a flyer that looks like this with a blue column that gives the background information on this.
Is there a second to the motion? It's been seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the health and welfare portion of the town's municipal budget, did you need to be increased by $570 and that the funds be allocated as recommended by the Social Services Advisory Committee as listed on the flyer on our seats. I am the chair of the Social Services Advisory Committee. If there is no objection, I will continue to moderate this portion of the meeting. Connie, would you like to be the first to speak on the motion to amend the budget? Okay.
Just briefly, the process for the organizations, the nonprofit organizations that the town makes donations to, is that organizations must submit an application giving us information about how many Dummerston residents are served by their organization, other factors, information about their budget, and factors that may have affected their income over the past year, such as cuts in state and federal funding. The committee meets, we work very diligently to review these applications and to consider various factors such as what's going on in the community. For instance, recently we've been really looking at the effects of the opioid crisis on our community and looking at organizations that address needs with regard to that. And then we make recommendations to the select board. And I just want to say that I feel that these organizations provide essential services to our citizens. These are services that our town government cannot address, and the committee feels very important. It's very important that we support these organizations. Dummerston continues to be the lowest of all the towns in Windham County in terms of what we contribute to these nonprofit organizations. About 4 years ago, when a study was done, we were giving about half of what the next lowest town was giving to support nonprofits. So the committee feels very strongly that we as Dummerston residents are not doing our part through these contributions to support these essential services.
Yes, Stuart.
Hi, I'm Stuart McDermott. I wanted to echo Connie's sentiments here and support her motion. And I'd like to also support what the lady said earlier about the committees. Committees do a lot of research, and they take the time and energy to do this. And I value what they have done by all of their time and research. I'd also like to ask the select board, with Dummerston's beautifully aging population, why they choose to disregard the Social Services Committee's recommendation and cut fundings to the Brattleboro Senior Meals, Senior Solutions, and the Gathering Place, when these organizations provide so many good services for Dummerston seniors. Thanks.
First, I'm going to address one thing where I don't think we have to have any self-imposed guilt. We give a significant amount of money, and when we keep being compared to other towns, I'm kind of the guy who tells your kids if somebody else is jumping off a bridge, you don't have to just because they are. But let's you're going to vote a little bit further down here to provide tax exempt status for a property in Dummerston, which is probably valued at, I think it's been 2 years since I looked at it, but it's valued at about $6,000 when I think we will positively exempt the Green Mountain Camp. So I really, to me, charity is a personal thing. We give based on our life experiences. I give to organizations. I'm a veteran, so the majority of my money goes to veterans organizations. The Dummerston Cares would be something that I would be very aggressively support in our community. The rest of these things, I think we, and I've talked to Cindy about this, we give money because showing that they get money also helps them get money from other sources. They're getting some funding so they can show they're getting funding and they get matching funding. So really my whole point of this is I'm not going to discuss the specifics, but I really don't appreciate myself, and I only speak for myself. I've never been able to come across as a real gentle soul, even though I tried. We don't give less. I mean, we provide support for things in our town, and that camp is a significant and a worthwhile cause that you're going to vote on a little bit later. So I guess I just take just a little bit of issue with the fact that, we're comparing ourselves unfavorably to other towns, but I don't think we are. I think we're good people overall.
Zeke, go ahead.
I wasn't going to put my oar in this one, but just to clarify that 11 of those are, the totals are what they requested. So it wasn't that we cut them.
Bill Holliday in the back.
Bill Holliday,
Bill Holliday. Yep, thank you. Speaking a little bit as a former select board member here, I remember the discussions that the select board would go through each year I was there about these rather paltry amounts of money compared to the hundreds of thousands of dollars of total budget. And we would spend a disproportionate amount of time, I felt, discussing these things compared to the weight of some of the more expensive things that the town commits to. And really, it's a philosophical issue here. Any one of us in this room, all of us in this room, can make a personal contribution to any one of these organizations. And so the philosophical question is it the responsibility of the taxpayer as a paintbrush item to fund these organizations, or if you have a commitment to one or more or all, is it your responsibility as an individual to say, I support this and I'm going to make this contribution? I don't know what your answer is. You don't know what mine is. I'm not advocating one way or the other. But another thing that we always lamented a little bit, particularly Lewis White, who was on the select board with me, was when these committees submit their applications for the amount of money they would like the town to contribute to their budgets, sometimes they would come in late. Well, some of the remarks were a little bit caustic. If they really were that much interested in what they're doing, can't they get their proposal in on time? But beyond that, whatever they do ask us for is what we have to deal with. And I think Zeke was just saying this a moment ago, and that is that 11 of these are what these organizations asked for. And to add $2,500 in a multi-thousands of dollars budget, or take it away for the fire and protection, or add $500 for this, or take it away. We spend an awful lot of time discussing these things, which are really a philosophical question. Does the town want to, every year, with that broad paintbrush, require all of its citizens to contribute to things, some of which they may not agree with and others that they may, or is that an individual responsibility? Thanks.
Yes, John in the back.
My name is John Warren, and I got an awful lot of help from Dummerston Cares this year, and I think they should get all the money they want.
Geraldine?
Geraldine Wilson. So first I want to say that I think that this is an important issue that comes up at town meeting, and by virtue of the select board not totally funding what the committee requested, it allows us to be more aware of what is in the budget. I also want to say that I very much appreciate the work of the Social Services Committee. As a select board member, I would not want to be receiving requests from a gazillion social service agencies asking our town for money. I compare the town budget to a personal budget, and in a personal budget, we all make our own decisions, but I philosophically believe that contributing money to other nonprofit groups, having a certain percentage of my resources go towards donations is important. And I also feel that it's very important for the town to have a portion of it go toward donations. These are not political organizations, they're social service organizations, and Dummerston is not an island. We are very dependent on our region. I so appreciate living in Dummerston, and I expect to be here for the rest of my life. But I also know that we as a community are supported by our larger region. So that's all I want to say.
Any further debate? You ready for the question? The motion on the floor is to amend the municipal budget so that the health and welfare portion of the town's municipal budget be increased by $570 and that the funds be allocated as recommended by the Social Services Advisory Committee as listed on the flyer on your seats. All those in favor of the motion to amend signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have further amended the budget. So let's quickly add 583. So the motion now on the floor, Article 11 is, it has been moved that we approve total general fund expenditures of $472,583, of which $303,870 shall be raised by taxes and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. I see a hand back there. Sorry, I was calling on the one in front. Yes, right there. Thank you, Taylor. Your name?
Hi, I'm Alex Barstow-Fedorek, and I just had a question following up on Paul's question about the workers' compensation. And Zeke, answered that we've got, perhaps an aging workforce, but I wanted to know whether the select board had considered, since there's such a large amount of dollars involved, looking at whether our injury prevention strategy is adequate for our highly valued employees.
Sure.
Yes, our town road foreman does attend, trainings, as does, I think, the whole road crew in safety and ergonomic, taking care of themselves. I think there are workshops that they've attended on that. Sometimes, getting out of a dump truck, slippery, stuff happens. And more stuff happened in the previous year.
Yes, in the back.
Yes, I'm Sue Kern of Lydia Taft Pratt Library Board, and I move to amend the general fund budget to restore $610 to the town appropriation for the library to the original amount submitted of $750.
Okay, so I'm going to reword that a little bit because restore is technically not correct. I believe that you're saying that the request that was made by Lydia Taft Pratt Library was $610.
$610 more than what we were allotted.
I'm sorry.
More than what we were.
$710?
$750 was a request, and we got $140 of the $750.
Okay, so the difference was $640. So the motion you're making is to amend the municipal budget to add $640.
$610.
I'm sorry.
610.
Yes. Thank you. $610 to the library budget.
Right.
Okay, is there a second? There's a second. Larry, was that you? Larry Crockett? It has been moved and seconded to amend the municipal budget to increase it by $610 and that the funds go to the Lydia Taft Pratt Library.
Right.
Would you like to speak to this, Sue?
Sure. Okay. The library was actually encouraged by the select board to bring this to the town. We requested $750 increase because we are expanding the kinds of things that we're doing. We are adding more library users, circulating more materials, and the funds from the town support some but not all of the basic services of a library. We can pay, this year we can pay for our librarian, and we can pay most but not all of the rent that we pay to the Community Center Board for the use of the room. This never includes library materials. If you're looking for what a basic library is, I would assume it would be library materials. That's never included. It's always fundraised money. We raise about 1/3 of our money each year. So we are asking that we feel it's fair, that we ask to have a somewhat of an increase, a little increase in what we get each year. You may or may not be aware that the Dummerston community has one of the lowest per capita supports of their public library in the state. And for a community that highly values its school, we would hope that perhaps you would highly value your library and perhaps give us that $610 this year so we can continue to expand what we're doing, reaching out to more people in the community. We are the official public library of the town. The Vermont state calls us a municipal library. So we are an arm of the town, and we hope that you might increase the appropriation that we request.
Okay. Zeke, you wanted to speak?
So I don't really like to argue against libraries.
I cannot hear you, I'm sorry. Could you speak into the mic?
Oh, Zeke, good man. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now, thank you.
Okay. I don't like to argue against libraries. You know, my next wife will probably be a librarian. That's just between you and me. I know, I saw in the literature that you have 283 active patrons. You know, I go over to Putney Library because it's closer to where I live. And I know they have several years ago, they had over 300 Dummerston residents who used that library. And while our per capita expenditure on Lydia Taft may be one of the lowest, per patron it's one of the highest, because it's what you're proposing is about $52 per patron to for the people that actually use Lydia Taft. And I'm arguing half-heartedly against this amendment, but I just want to set the record straight.
Do you want me to answer?
Sue, no, actually, you need to surrender the mic, and if you want to make a comment later, you can, but I need to see first if anyone else would like to speak for the first time. Thank you. Anyone else have a question? Yes, Larry.
I'd like to amend the
Could you state your name, Larry?
Larry Crockett.
Thank you.
I'd like to just amend your figures by one, Zeke. I'm an invisible patron of the Lydia Taft Pratt Library because I'm one of those people in town who does not have access to the internet at their house. And so I regularly go to the parking lot of the library and access, and I'm very grateful to them that their Wi-Fi is on 24/7, and I can access the internet there and do a lot of my email and so forth. So that's one of the reasons I seconded this motion, and there may be others who would like to stand up and say, yes, I'm also an invisible patron of the library, but I appreciate them very much.
Yes, down front. State your name.
Cynthia Patrickwood.
It's on, just put it right in front of your mouth. Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes. Surprise. One of the things that Zeke said was he was a patron of Putney Library, for which, because he's not a resident of Putney, he pays money. None of the patrons of the library in Dummerston pay to take books and avail themselves of Wi-Fi or whatever else. This is why we, us Scotch people, really appreciate the library too.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are you ready for the question? The question on the floor is to amend the town's municipal budget, increasing it by $610, and the funds going to the Lydia Taft Pratt Library. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have amended your budget further. The motion on the floor now, oh my goodness.
I'm running out of minute. You have to go to the next page.
Can you give me new figures? Or the treasurer maybe could give me new figures. Or could anyone add in their head? We were at 472,583. We're adding 610, so that would be 473,193. The amount raised by taxes would be 084, 304,480.
Could we amend the select board wages, possibly?
Not until we're done with this motion, Zeke, thank you. So the motion on the floor, what? 81. 81, yes, thank you. Okay. Is to approve total general fund expenditures of $473,193. Let me double check my work, thanks. Of which $304,481 shall be raised by taxes, and $168,705 in non-tax revenues for the ensuing fiscal year. Are there any other, Richard?
No.
Richard Epstein. I just have a quick question. What is the non-tax revenue? Where does that come from?
All right, if you'll turn to page 15, you'll see the sources of non-tax revenue. It actually includes tax revenue also for the general fund. There's the state current use payments, the state pilot program. We can't budget delinquent taxes in the proposed budget, but you can see, looking back in previous budgets, actuals, delinquent taxes that are collected. Let's see, there's your dog license permits, and by the way, everyone with a dog needs to license their dog by the end of April. So that page 15 is non-tax sources of revenue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, are you ready for the question? Lori just gave me her numbers, and the first one is not what I have. I believe that we started with a total general fund, you be writing this down, of $469,506. We added $2,500 for the Farmland Protection Fund, $570 for the health and welfare budget, and now $610. And what do you come up with? $473,186. Okay. The last time I read the motion, I was mistaken by a certain number of dollars. So this is correct. The motion on the floor is to approve total general fund expenditures of $473,186, of which $304,481 shall be raised by taxes, and $168,705 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have passed your municipal budget. We are going to recess for lunch, if there's no objection. Let's try to move fast and get back in our seats by about 1:30. This meeting is reconvened. Thanks to Larry and Sally for another great meal. The request has been made to please minimize the chit-chatting in the back of the room. It can make it harder for people in the back to hear what's going on. Again, there are plenty of seats down front. A reminder for those of you who have joined us since we started at 10 o'clock in the morning, our meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. Raise your hand to be recognized, wait for the microphone, state your name, and address all comments and questions to the moderator. Thank you. We have gone through Article 11.
One more time.
Zeke is wondering if we could do Article 11 again, and the moderator rules no. We are on Article 12, to see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $524,992, of which $389,132 shall be raised by taxes and $135,860 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2019 to July 30th, 2020.
Madam Moderator, I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $524,992, of which $389,132 shall be raised by taxes and $135,860 by non-tax revenues for the period July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
That was Hugh. It has been moved and seconded to approve total highway fund expenditures of $524,992, of which $389,132 shall be raised by taxes and $135,860 by non-tax revenues for the period of the ensuing fiscal year. Zeke, would you like to present this?
Yes. So, turning to your white album, page 17, you can see the proposed budget for fiscal year 20. Let's see. Quite a bit of it is level funded. And there aren't a whole lot of, I don't think there are a lot of controversial or hot button items in this. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to discuss them with you. But you can see it's a few $1,000s less than last year's budget.
Are there any questions for Zeke? Are you ready for the question? It appears so. It has been moved and seconded that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $524,992, of which $389,132 shall be raised by taxes and $135,860 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have funded your roads. Article 13, to see if the voters will raise the sum of $5,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Structures Fund for future structures projects.
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $5,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Structures Fund for future structures projects.
Is there a second from Lewis? It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $5,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Structures Fund for future structures projects. Hugh, would you like to say anything about this?
Sure, just quickly. So currently, we talked about this a little bit last year, but our structures fund, I believe, has just over $11,000 in it. We're going to add this $5,000, and what this is actually going to go to is it's a project up on Stickney Brook Road that Lee Chamberlain, our road foreman, was successful in getting a grant this year. So our cost share of this, the engineering has already been done, so our cost share will be the $15,000, and it's to replace a bridge, a large culvert area up by Stickney Brook, where it gets up by Sunset Lake Road.
Is there any debate? Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $5,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Structures Fund for future structures projects. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 14, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Chairlyn seconds. It has been moved and seconded that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there any debate? Any questions? You ready for the question? Oh, Ruth? Kyle? There you go.
I noticed that the Grange and the camp are only for 1 year, but the fire department is for 5 years. I'm wondering what the difference is.
4 years.
We have had our lunch and we are raring to go. Is there anyone that would like to give a serious answer to Ruth's question?
There's some statute that differentiates between them, and that's the one we follow.
I thought you wanted a serious answer.
Are you satisfied with that answer, Ruth?
And the difference amounts to about 4 years.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there a motion from the floor? Mark, we got a microphone?
Mark Brown. I move that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I think I heard Ed and saw Mary Ellen, so take your pick. Oh, was it Rick? Sorry, we do need to know. Rick, it was you seconding? Okay. Very good. We have a town clerk who recognizes voices. That's great. Small town. So the motion on the floor is to grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Yes, We have someone who would like to speak. Billy?
My name is Billy Slade, and I'm the Executive Director of Green Mountain Camp, and I just wanted to thank the community for giving us a chance to stand up every year. I don't mind that at all, and I guess we've been doing it for 102 years. I wasn't here for all of those, but... The camp is thriving. It gives an opportunity for girls from all over to come and just be kids again, and there's not a lot of opportunities for that. Our mission is to empower girls to believe in themselves and their ability to make a difference in the world, and that's been carried on through the years. This past year, we had a staff of 52, and 12 of them were from Dummerston, so that's pretty exciting, so thank you.
Any debate on this question? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have granted the camp tax-exempt status. Article 16, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department for a period of 5 years pursuant to the provision of Title 32, Section 3840.
Geraldine Wilson. Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department for a period of 5 years pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Is there a second? I heard Mark. It has been moved and seconded that we grant tax-exempt status to the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department for a period of 5 years pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Any debate on this question? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting tax-exempt status to the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department for a period of 5 years, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 17, shall the Town of Dummerston vote to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $2,500 toward the repair of the Dummerston Historical Society's historic schoolhouse in Dummerston Center? Is there a motion from the floor? Yes, Charles.
Thank you.
State name.
Charles Fish speaking. I move that the Town of Dummerston vote to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $2,500 toward the repair of the Dummerston Historical Society's historic schoolhouse in Dummerston Center.
Second. Is the second from Jody Normando? It has been moved and seconded that we raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $2,500 toward the repair of the Dummerston Historical Society's historic schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. Would you like to speak to the motion, Charles?
I would, please. Thank you. And let me mention that at the back of the room, there is a flyer about the schoolhouse, and green and orange and beige and black ink. So you might want to pick that up for additional information. The reason for the request is that unless we take action, and we have taken action, unless we continue to take action, we could actually lose the schoolhouse. We discovered this past year very serious rot in one part of the underpinnings, and we undertook a very expensive repair job, but we have more work to do. And we've started a capital fund drive. We very much appreciate the contributions that individual members of the community have made, but there's still more money to raise and more work to do. We need to do some work in the underpinnings of the remaining part of the schoolhouse to try to seal off moisture from coming in, and we have site work to do to change the grading so that rainwater from the roof will be diverted away from the building rather than going into the building. We think it's important because the schoolhouse is a really significant building in several respects. It's one of the earliest schoolhouses in town, much changed over time, of course. It's a significant architectural feature in the center along with the other public buildings. And we have not long ago added the so-called bunker room, thanks to Sam Bunker and to the late Jonathan Flackus, who recognized the value of that donation, and so we could raise money to add that addition to better serve the purposes of the organization. And perhaps most important of all, the Society has become increasingly a repository for the memories of the town. We have many family records, genealogies, diaries, scrapbooks, and things that people have entrusted to us. We very much want to continue to preserve the building that will be necessary to protect the gifts that these people have made. So those are the reasons. If you have questions, I would try to answer them. But I would be very grateful for this continued support from the community, in this case through a public vote.
I see Jody, you have your hand up. Charles, can you relinquish the mic and it'll go to Jody.
I really can't get out. I'm a member of the Historical Society and have been for many, many years. The Society was started in the late 70s, and since that time, I do not believe that the Society has asked for a penny from the Select Board or the town. In this case, we're only asking because it is such a dire need. It's not planned to be a continuous ask. It's planned to be a one-time ask, and I hope that we can do what we have to do to preserve it for many, many more years. So I hope you'll consider adding this to the Select Board's budget.
Anyone else have a comment or a question? Oh, Lewis, please.
Lewis White. I'm just wondering how much this is actually going to cost. Do you need more money than that, or is that to get the project complete?
Charles?
No, this will not complete the job. We've raised a good sum through our capital fund drive, but nowhere near as much as we will finally need. So this will be significant. It will help us, but it won't complete the job or restore us to the fiscal stability that we had before, that we really need to go forward in a sound way.
Lewis, I'm going to see if anybody else has an initial question, and then I'll come back to you. Anyone else have a question? No? Okay, go ahead, Lewis.
Lewis White. I'd make a motion that we add another $2,500 to that request to make it $5,000.
So, Lewis, you would like to amend the motion on the floor to increase the amount allocated to the Dummerston Historical Society from $2,500 to $5,000.
Correct.
Is that right? Is there a second to this amendment? Harold, you're seconding it? Harold Newell? So we are no longer talking about the initial appropriation. We're talking about increasing that appropriation, amending the main motion to read $5,000 rather than $2,500. Are there any comments on that? Any questions? Yes, Mark.
Mark Gracom. Charlie, would you accept some volunteer help on a project?
The Historical Society is interrogated.
We certainly would. We would have to discuss exactly what kind of help you have in mind, but you're welcome to help us. We're looking for help wherever we can get it. I will do that.
Any other questions? Debate. Okay, are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. The question on the floor is a motion to amend the main motion. So you are voting on whether or not to increase that $2,500 figure to $5,000. All in favor of increasing the figure for the Dummerston Historical Society to $5,000, and then we'll vote that up or down. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed to the increase say no. Okay, the ayes appear to have it. I will say the ayes do have it, and Article 17 has been amended The motion on the floor now is raising, appropriating, and expending the sum of $5,000 toward the repair of the Dummerston Historical Society's historic schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. So we're back to the main motion. It has been amended. Is there any further comment or question on the main motion? You ready for the question? The motion on the floor is to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $5,000 toward the repair of the Dummerston Historical Society's historic schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Charles, is there something you wanted to add?
Well, I'll make it short, but it comes from the heart. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. And also, I must say, on TV, you occasionally hear the word no collusion, no collusion, no collusion. There was no collusion with those.
Very good. Okay, we are moving on to Article 18. Shall the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region? Is there a motion from the floor? Yes.
Hi, Dan Riddle-Hoover. I move that the voters of the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region.
Is there a second? Joe Cook seconds. The motion on the floor is to appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region. Is there any debate? Gail.
Gail Sorensen.
Can you take the mic and thank you.
Gail Sorensen, and just a question. Can you explain, or somebody explain, what the results are as it affects Dummerston?
If there is no objection, we will allow, well, Dan, who's a resident, or Sarah Lang, who is not a resident but can speak on behalf of SEVEDS. Dan is bowing to Sarah, so unless there's an objection, we will let Sarah answer that question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah Lang. I work with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, which is a sister organization of SEVEDS, which is part of this article. Specifically to your point, I can list a handful of items that have affected your town specifically. We get this question a lot. We go to, I believe this year we were in 13 towns in the community to talk about, what we've been doing for the community, and this is one of the most common questions. So specific to Dummerston, we placed a marketing social media intern with the Scott Farm Vermont Phototonics. They were incubated in the Book Press, which is one of our real estate properties, and we helped them receive VITA funding, and they now are purchased a building here in Dummerston to continue their business. We've also helped Hermit Thrush with their expansion property, which is here in Dummerston. We're providing technical assistance to a small business in Dummerston who's looking to add a revolving loan fund. We also have the Young Professionals Group, which is part of what I do at BDCC. And so we provide social programming, educational programming. We have our biggest event coming up, the Creative Black Tie Gala, where we have over 300 people celebrating the young professionals in our region. We've also asked, and the Stone Trust has participated in the Twin Valley Career Fair. I have a summary sheet here in which there is a picture of that specific event that the Stone Trust participated in. And we're also in all of the high schools. Most of this SEVED's funding goes towards workforce development programs. And so we work with high school students, and part of the funding actually created capacity for us to go out and fundraise to originally, the position was somebody that was in the school 1 day a semester. However, we were able to leverage the funding to get more money so that we could have someone in the schools once a week to work on career pathways and soft skills. So they're working with the high school students and the staff there. So I hope that answers your question.
Are there any other questions, comments? Harold? Sadie, right here.
Yes.
Harold, will you take the mic? Thank you.
Harold Noel. I'd like to make an amendment to that motion to reduce the figure by $5,000. I feel that there's enough money being spent within the town that we don't need to support out-of-town agencies, and I feel that they have not contributed as much as they could have. There's several towns within the county that have done the same thing.
So Harold, you'd like to make a motion to amend the main motion by reducing the figure of support from $5,592 to just $592. So the motion, is there a second for that motion? So the motion has been made and seconded to amend the main motion by reducing the amount by $5,000 to $592. Is there any discussion on the amendment that's on the floor? Seeing none, you're at, oh, there's one there. Yes, you, sir. Can you raise your hand? There we go.
Michael Silverman. We just heard a catalog of a number of activities that SEVED is currently conducting in Dummerston. And the work that they do at the high school in terms of workforce development, career pathways, are benefiting Dummerston students. So it may be a regional program, but it clearly is the kind of thing that when we talk about we're losing all of our students, we need to be attracting business, we need to attract families to come. This is the kind of thing that needs to be done in order to attract people to come to live in Dummerston. So I think the amount of money that they're asking for in order to increase their activities is well worth the investment for the town, because I think we're investing in our youth, we're investing in our kids to stay, to get jobs and stay here.
Anyone else? Paul Normando?
Thank you. One thing I'd like to stress is that Dummerston is not an island, and we live in part of a greater economic area, and Brattleboro immediately serves Dummerston, Putney, Guilford, Vernon, the greater Brattleboro area. We are all interrelated. Good jobs in Brattleboro support people who live in Dummerston and the surrounding communities. We've heard of some direct investments that have been made here in Dummerston, but we need to keep in mind that just because you might feel you don't get a dollar for dollar return based on the contribution doesn't mean that you don't get it, whether it's directly or indirectly. Good jobs mean economic stability for our people. It means that our real estate values will stay up if people can afford to buy the houses. And we are basically a bedroom community that is served by Greater Brattleboro, and they have done a tremendous job in creating economic opportunities. I wasn't aware of what Michael just said about the workforce development at the Career Center, but that is another aside, and they are very, very involved in different aspects of economic development. So I hope we support this article and turn down the amendment.
Anyone else? Are you ready for Oh, yes, Larry, down front, Sadie.
This is another, Larry Crockett. This is another one of these innocent-looking line items that raises huge philosophical questions. And I think Jesse Diamondstone reminded me that I spoke to this issue last year, I think. But let me just remind us all that many of us in this room, believe that climate change is a reality and that global warming is a reality. And that if we're going to fight that, we're going to reverse that trend, we need to have no growth in our economy. We can't continue to grow and reduce our emissions. I would be happy to support this item if I felt that we were doing it in a way that required us all to think about how do we think about economic development in a no-growth economy. The paradox, but I think it's going to be forced on us at some point. And so better that we think about it ahead of time and think how can we adjust our economy in a way that limits growth and still works for the well-being of everyone in our economic region. So I'm just raising that. I'm not saying vote for the amendment. I'm saying let's be thoughtful about the way we think about economic development in relationship to this huge issue that we want to support, but we tend to be in denial about when we look at this little line item. Thank you.
In the back, Eleanor.
Eleanor Toll. I'm sorry to be ignorant, but my question is, and I hope somebody else has this question, is this a state organization, a private organization, a business? To whom do they answer? How long have they been around? Have we had any experience with them? Besides the list that we heard, does anybody here have professional or business, or can we have just a little enlightenment about the organization, please?
Sarah, can you answer some of those questions? Thank you.
If she could speak a little more slowly, I'd get it easier.
Sorry, I'm nervous. I'll stand up front though, so there's no neck straining. That's a really great question. I appreciate that. I understand that what we do is complex, and so I think every year we've tried and worked harder to explain, to communicate better what we do. So BDCC, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is one of 12 regional development corporations of the state. So essentially, each RDC covers a county plus some towns. Typically, RDCs within the state are 1 to 2 staff and have some real estate. However, part of why SEVEDS was created was because they felt that that was not enough, that our region, the Windham region, needed more than just that 1 to 2 staff and some real estate. I will note that our RDC is a staff of 11, and that would be impossible without the municipal funding. So we are technically a nonprofit. We sometimes say we're quasi-governmental because we get, it differs for each regional development corporation, but around $100,000 from the state. But that's not enough to do the work that needs to be done to create a vital regional economy. And so, again, we're nonprofit. However, we get some money from the state, and at any time we're operating around 17 to 19 different grants. And that all comes from municipal funding. We're able to leverage the municipal funding for our staff to write grants, to get more money, to bring resources to this region. And so that's what the municipal funding helps us do.
Are you ready for the question? No? Bill?
I'm Bill Schmidt.
I'm surprising myself in speaking to this question because I will vote against the amendment, though I think a more reasonable amendment is in order. Maybe a drop of 2,000 or so, as happened in Westminster. But I support what Paul Normando says. I think, without question, we live in a regional community as well as a local town community. And if the regional community beyond Dummerston suffers economically or in other ways, we suffer too. This organization that we're talking about supporting within the last 2 or 3 months completed a project in Brattleboro where they saved 100 jobs. If you read the op-ed by Adam Grinold in today's Reformer, that project is explained, and what it took to accomplish that project is explained in great detail. A very complex, demanding project to keep 100 jobs and an ancillary 100 jobs in this area. It may well be that some Dummerston residents work in that company. So I think economic development is very important. Now, I agree with Larry also in terms of his concern about growth, though I would not say no growth is in order. What we need is quality growth, growth that respects the importance of climate change. It's essential. If we talk to the Vermont climate change folks, they're going to tout solar energy, other renewables. Those kinds of jobs are very much in order. We've got to be careful about what kind of industry we attract. But in any case, I think this request should be supported, and the decrease of the amount asked by 5,000 is much too much. Thank you.
So the motion on the floor is to amend this down to $592. I've heard, besides a question, I think 3 people speak in favor. Is there anyone who would like to speak against or or just really wants to contribute something? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Green. I don't know who asked if anyone's had any personal experience with this group. And we'd never met in real life, but my family was looking into moving, relocating here. And I was reaching out to like the local Facebook groups looking for information. And you are the one who reached out to me, wrote me a private message, contacted me with resources, all sorts of stuff, hooked me up with someone. We spent like 2 hours on the phone, just gave me a breakdown of the community, and we bought a house in Dummerston. So I thank you for your support. It made us feel great about the move, but they're definitely out there working to support the community.
Okay. I believe you're ready for the question. The motion on the floor is an amendment of the main motion. If you would like to reduce the amount that we're considering giving to SEVEDS, you will vote yes. If you want to keep the amount at $5,592, you want to vote no. All those in favor of reducing the amount to $592 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it, and the motion is not amended. We are back to the original motion of appropriating the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies. Any further discussion on the motion that is now on the floor? Greg? Do we have a mic? Behind you, Greg.
Oh, there you go. Greg Brown. One of the questions was asked earlier, I don't think got completely answered, and that was, what is the organization or what is the structure that manages the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, who is the, where does the buck stop, in other words? And the other question I would have add on to that, are there any residents of Dummerston on the board of directors?
So you're asking those two questions. Sarah, is that something that you can answer for us?
I'm sorry, I missed the second question. Thank you. So because we are a nonprofit, the buck stops at our board of directors. I think, does that answer your question there? Okay. And as far as Dummerston residents on our board, hold on, I'm sorry. We have, BDCC has a board and SEVED has a board, so we have lots of people involved in the community. So let me just pull out my notes. Hold on one second. Thank you. 2. You beat me to my notes. Thank you.
Did everyone hear that? Dan Normando and Mark Richards, both Dummerston residents, are on one of the boards. Are you ready for the question? Okay, the motion on the floor has been made and seconded to appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVES, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have supported SEVES this year. We are on to Article 19, to transact any other business that may legally come before said town. Who would like to be heard? Sam, I see your hand first.
As moderator, I have a resolution, a non-binding resolution to put before the town. I'll read the resolution and then speak to it, if I may.
Are these on chairs?
They are on chairs. I've passed out flyers. The resolution is on the back. Suzanne is holding them if you want to see what they look like. And I haven't got them up to these tables yet, Suzanne, in the front. As moderator, I move that the town meeting approve the following resolution. Whereas the proposed Deer Run Nature Preserve in the northwest corner of Dummerston, Vermont will provide a refuge for diverse kinds of plants and animals and will support carbon sequestration. Whereas the northwest corner of Dummerston is in the Conservation District of the Dummerston zoning bylaw and has been identified in the Dummerston Town Plan as a critical area for wildlife and as a high priority area for conservation. And whereas the establishment of the Deer Run Nature Preserve will ensure public access in perpetuity for hiking, hunting, and recreation. And whereas the establishment of the Deer Run Nature Preserve will cause no change in tax revenues to the town of Dummerston or in the costs to the town of Dummerston. Therefore, the 2019 Town Meeting of Dummerston, Vermont supports the establishment of the Deer Run Nature Preserve.
Is there a second? Who wants to be credited with that second? Lynn Levine. So just to clarify, because this is under business, under other business and was not warned, it's not a binding resolution, but it is an advisory resolution representing the general feelings of the voters. So would you like to present something on this? Explain it, Sam?
I would, thank you. I will try to be brief. It's been a very long meeting. I'm trying to stand somewhere. Hello? So, but then everyone else has to turn around. So, first of all, not asking for any money, so isn't that great? Second of all, a lot of you probably are just hearing about this for the first time, and we apologize for that. I'm representing a recently organized nonprofit called the Green Mountain Conservancy, which is based in Dummerston and was reorganized for the purpose of this conservation project. There is a park, which you can see on that map, and we, by the way, have better maps on the back table as well, if you're interested. In the northwest corner of Dummerston, bordering Newfane and Brookline, 287 acres, and it's for sale. It's on Putney Mountain. It is south of all the conserved lands that the Putney Mountain Association has protected. And at the same time, there is a 630-acre parcel contiguous to it in Newfane, running right down to the West River. If we can manage to purchase both of those parcels, am I not coming through? If we can purchase both of those parcels and conserve them, we will have in the neighborhood of 1,000 acres protected on Putney Mountain and in the neighborhood of 3 miles of West River shoreline protected. That's our objective. We have a purchase and sale on the first parcel, and we have applied to the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board for funding, and we will be applying to numerous private foundations as well as having a local fundraising campaign. The phase 2 is the Newfane parcel. What else do I need to cover right away without taking up too much time? What's there? Putney Mountain, very steep slopes, the watershed to the river, and a wealth of wildlife. I was on the mountain on Sunday and tracking a bobcat, and of course there's lots of deer. Does that make it very different from other parcels in Dummerston? Maybe not a whole lot, but it's for sale. And it's big, and it's Putney Mountain, and it's the West River. So those are my personal reasons for joining this effort. And we need an indication of support from the town to have a compelling application to the state. The state does not want to dole out money when there's a project that doesn't have local support. That's why we're here for this non-binding resolution.
Any questions? Any debate? Yes, Joe Little?
Can we change the name to Dummerston Mountain?
Because that wasn't spoken into the mic, it's not official, but it was funny. Mark, you have a comment?
Mark Crackham. I used to be on the Conservation Commission. I do live on Camp Arden Road. Matter of fact, my driveway's named Deer Run Way. But this is going to be forest managed properly, and trails have been pretty much walked by Roger Haydock, and we will cut the trails, and they will not be allowed to fit a motorized vehicle in them, so it's safe. Thank you.
Jody Normandow?
Jody Normandow. I would encourage the town to support this. As I said, it's non-binding, but this is a parcel that I think is very, very important in managing the wildlife. And as Sam said, the river, the watershed for the river, and connecting to Putney Mountain. It would be a great area to make these connections. It's not, in my mind, a very developable area. I think the power lines run through it. So I don't think that it could be developed or to any benefit to Dummerston other than conserving it. So I would encourage the public to vote for this.
Dan, right behind you.
I would assume that these areas will still...
Dan, could you hold the and state your name, please?
Dan Marks. I assume that these areas would still remain open to fanatical mountain bikers because the whole area is just crisscrossed with this type of thing. Is that the case?
Calvin or Sam, you're interrogated?
Certainly unmotorized.
So this is kind of like the town's agreement with Putney. We can't disclose exactly what it is. We haven't bought the property yet. We're trying to put together policies for public use, but that's evolving. We just organized early this fall, so we do know that accepting the public funds from the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board means that we are making the property open to the public. And Mark mentions that it's in our mission statement as well. So there may be trails that are appropriate for mountain bikes, and there may be trails that aren't because of the rugged, steep slopes. But currently, what we know we have is hiking trails, and we also have a policy of allowing hunting, which is pretty much required when you accept state funds.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm not going to reread the entire resolution. You have a copy of it. All those in favor of the 2019 Town Meeting of Dummerston, Vermont, supporting the establishment of the Deer Run Nature Preserve, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you, Sam. Is there anyone else who would like? Jody.
Before everybody goes home and thins out and they're already heading out the door and they've been out the door, I would like to encourage everybody here who heard about this morning that we need help for the education of our children and the state of Vermont and to maintain our democracy. So I'm urging people to please write letters to your representatives, your senators, and any other senators you want to write to, particularly the Senate Education Committee. There are 6 members on it. You can find it online under committees for senators, and tell them that you do not support merger. Tell them that votes count, and tell them that you're appreciated if they would do something in their Senate this year to make sure that votes count and to, at the time being, put off any of this merger activity for at least a year. The more people who write, the better off we're going to be, and so please participate in this. We want to save our school. I see some school teachers here who are wonderful teachers. We have wonderful kids, and we have top scores in the state. If we merge, chances are that's not going to stay that way. So please write.
Bill?
Bill Schmidt, for the Dummerston Cares Board. So some of you may have seen this half sheet, which summarizes what Dummerston Cares is doing, and the fact that Dummerston Cares is moving into a new dimension of services and programs this year. And I'd just like to say very briefly a little bit about some of them. So we've got a yoga class going on now, an 8-week class, and we've gotten very favorable reports from a number of the people in that class. We're going to be starting a Tai Chi class at the Grange next Monday, and it will run for 10 weeks for an hour and a half each late Monday afternoon. We've got about 15 signed up, and we could handle probably at least 25. Tai Chi is a great exercise for people needing to get better balanced, like me. My feet are shaking right now. Older people are in this situation. We have a digital media program on the 19th here in the school, and we're partnering with the school board and having Dr. Leslie Fishelman, a member of our board, a retired psychiatrist, and a grandmother of 5, talk about the latest research on the results, on the impact that digital media has on brain development in children and teens. Really encourage parents, above all, to attend. Leslie knows the field and will give a very good presentation. It's from 6 to 7 here at the school that evening. We have a hikes and easy walks groups being formed in April. We're going to be doing walks and hikes through the summer. And we're inviting all who are interested to sign up. That particular subject got the highest score on a survey we did on Election Day last year. Tai Chi got a high score as well. We're in the process of setting up a book group in partnership, we hope, with the library. We're going to be doing those walks, by the way, in partnership with the Conservation Commission. This is another tack we're taking, trying to partner with as many different groups in town on the various programs we're doing. We're working with the Selectboard under their emergency management team hat to promote better emergency preparedness in town. And so we really would like to see as many people as possible sign up for Vermont Alert, which would give you by text, email, or phone a call on severe weather events as they occur, flooding events, or other emergencies. We've got information on Vermont Alert and our other programs on the table in the hallway as you go out. You could pick up this little booklet on family emergency preparedness. Excellent material in it that would be helpful for you to be aware of. We can always use volunteers, but one particular volunteer we could really use right now, more drivers. We've got a lot going on in taking people to medical appointments, shopping, and some other places. And while we've got a good core of drivers, we need more. And there's information on that at the table as well. And finally, I would just like to thank those who contributed to the Shippey Fire Fund, the fund that CARES set up and managed for Thurmond and Yvonne Shippey after fire totally burned their home over the winter. We want to thank contributors to that, and we also want to thank all among you who are providing helping hands to your neighbors. CARES is doing what it can, but to fulfill our mission, everyone in town needs to become a more helping neighbor. Thank you.
Joe Cook in the center, Sadie.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Joe Cook. First of all, I would just like to say I am delighted with the most recent vote that we all made, which I believe was unanimous, to support the acquisition of the property on Putney Mountain. Those of you that may not have seen this on BCTV or attended the last board meeting might not know that the same group made what I thought was really an impassioned appeal to the select board, asking for a letter of support on their behalf. And I believe it failed for a lack of a motion. Perhaps of even more concern, just having voted, I did not see a single contested election. And I think we're sort of reaching a crisis stage, folks, that we really need to be looking for the future. And a lot of people in this congregation, if you will, that have not yet thrown their hat in the ring, I would encourage you to do so. It's time for everybody to take a turn. Thanks so much.
Mary Ellen?
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen Copeland, and I just want to speak for a minute about the Conservation Commission. Before you leave, there's a really excellent booth out in the back about the emerald ash borer. We're really working to keep you all advised of what's going on. We're kind of coordinating with the state so that we know what to advise, whether you should cut your trees, what you should do with your trees, what it's going to mean to the town in the long run. So take a look at that. Betsy Whitaker, who couldn't be here today, did a lot of work on that booth. And so I want to say that we are doing lots of educational programs, and I think a lot of you have come to those programs. We had the state archaeologist come in the fall. That was really well attended. We had a program on logging in the fall that was well attended. We are doing currently the last one of our series on genetics. And one of the people who came to the genetics programs, these are all UMass women who are doing research. The one this week is from University of Vermont. She said that this is world class, that these are really important, and you can all take advantage of them because Em Richards, who's over there in the corner doing the videography, has come to everyone. She's videotaped them, and they'll all be online. So all of these programs are available to you. All of the programs we've ever done, we recently have videotaped except one. That we have to get the permission of the speaker. We're also working on the series of hikes with Dummerston Cares. We're excited about that prospect. Some of you may notice that there's a fellow that's sitting in the back here wandering around your property, kind of, well, not probably your property, along the road. If he's going to walk on your property, he'll ask you. He has identified over 700 botanical species in Dummerston. This is information that we need going into the future. We don't know what was here 50 years ago, but in 50 years, people are going to know what was here now, what we should be conserving, and what we need to be thinking about. So John is doing that work. We're providing stewardship at a variety of sites in town. We're providing stewardship to the Dutton Pines, the little pocket park that's getting a lot of use. We do the rain garden that's down by the covered bridge, and we do prospect, and we help out with Black Mountain whenever they need it. So we're providing that kind of stewardship, and we're trying to keep a handle on the invasive situation, which keeps getting ahead of us. We're working hard at that. And we also have noticed that there's erosion at the bottom of the steps that go down to the West River, and so we're checking into that, and we're going to make sure that that's fixed so that it's not a safety issue and it doesn't continue to be an issue into the future. So I hope some of you can get to the program this Friday morning, 10 o'clock at the Grange on genetics and the red spruce. So, thanks.
It's Mark Rankum again. But to pick up on Jody Normando's thing, I'd like you all to spread the word of what she said and to remind anybody you talk to, we are not democracy and we do not recognize or condone a dictatorship. Thank you.
Anyone else? Larry in the front.
Larry Crockett. I just would not only like to thank the Grange for a delicious lunch, but to commend them for their use of reusable trays. Last year we moved to compostable plates, but this year I think it's even better. Reusable trays. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who has an item under other business? In that case, I will, thank you. Zeke does.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I wanted to, on behalf of the Select Board, thank there are about 90 volunteers and elected officials and people who keep the town going. And I wrote a brief 3-page bio for each one of them that I'd like to... Do you have that? Did I give that to you? Oh, it's in my car. Oh, well, I'll go get it. You guys just stay here, and I'll be back in a little while. But in addition, don't forget, we need another lister, right? And we need a new DRB member. And you all know that the DRB is the party committee in town. And so that's a great committee to join. They meet generally about once a month and do a little business, and then I think they start to party, is what I've heard. And you all, anyone with dogs needs to get their dog license because, you don't want Wayne, tracking you down with your unlicensed dogs. And let's see, I guess that's all I have. And then Hugh Warden. This is his last day as a select board member, unless the write-in campaign was successful. And given that we have a couple sugar makers on the board, and we thought we'd shop around, and so we have, just to sweeten, leaving the select board. All contributed to.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Hey, and I started my career here back in Dummerston on the DRB, so I was on the party committee, and then I ended up with these guys. I'm not sure how, but just quickly, I grew up in Dummerston. I moved away for 23 years, and we moved back here about 12 years ago, and that's when I got on the DRB. I think I did that for 4 or 5 years, and then I came onto the select board, and I'm glad I did. There's never a perfect time, really, to do anything. We're all busy, but you just you have to make that time, and I'm glad I did. I think I learned a lot, and I definitely appreciate everything that goes on in this town. It takes a lot, actually, to make the town run. So really, for the time that I did it, the committee members, the employees, everybody, I thank them for the help and helping us get through these things. And what I would ask you is, when you leave here today, don't make it a 1 year, hey, I came here to, but maybe look at, over the next year, just pick one meeting to go to. Go to a select board meeting. These guys would love to have you show up, and the agendas are all posted, but it's just come watch how it works throughout the year, not just on this one day of the year. And I think you'll appreciate it, and it may even inspire you to try to jump in and get on board and do something. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn the town portion of the day. So moved. Pick your person. Mark had his hand up in the air. And is there a second? Second. Lots more seconding. All in favor of adjourning the meeting and going to the school district meeting, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We are adjourned of the town portion, and now we'll call the school district portion of the meeting to order. We'll let these folks swap out for the school board, and you can start looking at the warning on the last page of your town report, page 68. The town school district meeting is called to order. Article 1 is electing town school district officers, and that is done by Australian Ballot. May I have your attention, please? If you have conversations to have, please exit the building. Thank you. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town school district.
I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town. Emily Evans.
Can you, is it on, Peter?
Oh. I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town school district accounts as printed.
Is there a second? Lyle seconds, thank you. It has been moved and seconded to accept the auditor's report of the town school district accounts as printed. Is there any debate? Everyone in favor of the motion on the floor to accept the auditor's report of the town school district accounts as printed, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we move to Article 3, to see what salaries the town school district will vote to pay its officers and directors. Is there a motion?
Susan Magliaro, I move that we pay our officers and directors a salary of $500 each for a total of $2,500.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to pay our officers and directors a salary of $500 each for a total of $2,500. Are you ready for the question? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 4, to see if the town school district will authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the State of Vermont and the U.S. government.
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize our school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the State of Vermont and the United States government.
Is there a second?
Second.
Michael? It has been moved and seconded that we authorize our school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the State of Vermont and the United States government. Is there any discussion? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of authorizing our school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the State of Vermont and the United States government signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Excuse me one moment. I don't believe. So you want to change this number. Okay. So you feel strongly that everything after this is part of the motion? All right. We have moved to Article 5. Shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $3,067,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year? It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,837 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.8% higher than spending for the current year.
Madam Moderator, Christina Naylor. I move that we approve the school board to expend $3,067,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,837 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 5.8% higher than spending for the current year.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. I'm not going to read it again because I believe that we're going to hand the mic to Christina, who's going to move an amendment. Is that right? You want to come up here?
I would like to propose an amendment based on information received from the state after the warning was approved. I move that we approve the school board to expend $3,034,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is determined that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,311 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 2.86% higher than spending for the current year.
A motion to amend. The main motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
We like to reduce those numbers, don't we? Yeah. I will let Christina explain what, do you have any explanation on your motion to amend?
I think it was in the amendment based on information coming from the state.
So Christina doesn't have anything to add beyond this was based on information received belatedly from the state. Are there any questions on the amendment on the floor to reduce the numbers in the main motion? Okay. You are going to, question there?
Abe Noyhays. I'm just curious what the information was that was received from the state.
The state was extremely tardy this year in sending out grant information. We received there was a question as to whether we would receive small school grants if we didn't merge, and in fact, not only did we receive our small school grant, it went up by $37,000. And in addition, our transportation grant, because the state told our business office at the superintendent's union office to take the transportation grant and fold it into the entire SU budget. Today, if we're voting on a budget just for this district, that $60,000 grant would also be part of our budget. So that lowers our per pupil spending and our percentage and the amount we have to raise in taxes as an independent district.
Are you ready for the question? Paul?
Christina, can you tell us what the transportation amount was that was included that was not included before?
$60,354. That's what it was last year. I don't actually have the value. It's around $60,000. It's a little more challenging to tell you that number, and I can explain that. Because everybody's transportation grant was folded into the budget at the SU level. So Guilford has $40,000. So, that wouldn't affect the grant, but it was about $60,000.
Yes, Aaron. Can you wait for a mic, please? Thank you. And state your name.
Aaron Holtz. Could you go over those numbers, the total and the equalized pupil number again?
Sure. The amendment that is proposed will make the motion read this way. I move we approve the school board to expend $3,034,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,311 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 2.86% higher than spending for the current year.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, you will vote on changing those numbers to the ones I just read. Everybody clear on what you're voting for? You want to hear it again, Joyce? Okay. The motion on the floor is to amend the original motion, and the amendment will change the numbers to expending $3,034,500. That is $18,311 per equalized student, and that projected funding per equalized student is 2.86% higher than spending for the current year. All those in favor of the amendment to the main motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed to the amendment, say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have amended Article 5. Are there any questions now on the main motion as amended? Actually, you need to go through it. Excuse me while I sit down.
So I'd like to start by explaining why we are here presenting a budget today. I'm sure everybody's well aware that this budget may not come to pass and we may be force merged before we can begin our next fiscal year, and this would be our last school board district town meeting. But there's a very real possibility that we may exist next year, so the board felt it was important to prepare for every eventuality and to prepare a budget and present it to you on town meeting day as we traditionally have. The statutes also require that the school board shall present a budget to their town, so we are following the statutes as we have read the plain language of the law. And if we are forced to merge, the budget would form the basis for what a unified board would expend in the town, and I think it's really important that the town has voted and supported our budget when we go to advocate for the needs of our school in a unified board if that comes to pass. So I apologize for the difficulty in understanding the budget, and some of this data was coming to us as recently as the end of the school board meeting last Tuesday. So trying to prepare this and work out these numbers and decide what to do long after the budget had been warned was challenging for all of us. But the good news is the tax rate goes down and the per pupil spending goes down. So if you could turn to page 37 in your hymnal, as Mr. Goodband often says, I'd like to run you relatively quickly through these very complex numbers and highlight some of the changes as well as the changes our board has made on the fly. So on page 37, the first thing we're looking at is our revenue. Our tuition revenue is slightly down, and that's based on what we forecast for students coming to Dummerston School. We have budgeted our donations as to what they were. Last year it was much higher due to liquidating our school endowment to lower the tax rate. Our small school grants, as I spoke before, is up $37,000 at $87,910. And then you'll see the line item where the transportation grant was taken out, $60,354. And for the purposes of today's budget, that's the money that would be coming back to us. We also chose, because this is a challenging year, because we are implementing pre-K, it is a challenging year on the tax rate. The board opted to use our surplus that we have accumulated over the last 2 years to support the pre-K, so that the tax rate would not be so affected. When you start a new program that brings in new students, because of the education funding formula, you have to spend the money for the program, for the teachers, for the construction paper, for the glue, and you do not get to count them in the education funding formula until a year and 2 years later. So it really can affect your tax rate, and our school board has been working very hard, as has our principal, to try to save some money so that we could implement pre-K and do this in a way that's fiscally responsible for our taxpayers. Moving on to the expenditures. On page 38, the first line item that seems to be quite increased is our pre-kindergarten. And that's the cost of implementing a full-day in-house pre-K program for all 4-year-olds in Dummerston during the school year. Let me rephrase that a little bit. I'm not sure we will have the spaces for all 4-year-olds, and we can discuss that later, but a full day 4-year-old pre-K. And that is an increase of $113,000 on our tax rate. Moving down to elementary, there's been some reclassifying of some of our educators. So while elementary teachers' salaries only appear to go up 0.8%, contractual obligations are much higher than that, so some teachers' time has been moved into our middle school budget, which will seem much higher. We have also decided to remove a para position in light of somewhat declining enrollment and also in light of our need to make sure that our tax rate is responsible. Some of the decreases you see along the way there are tied to that loss of a para position. And some things like the 403B, about halfway down that column, that's gone up because we're budgeting as to how much we're spending. And we're learning things, especially with the healthcare, with retirement contributions, things change, and we're constantly trying to get closer to what is actually happening with our staff. Same thing with unemployment compensation, which is up by $4,000. We have budgeted what unemployment compensation was actually in fiscal year 2018. But closer to that amount, and closer to what we've historically seen over time. Our cost per copy program, you would not believe how much time that has occupied of the school board. Why is our cost per copy so high? We have compared our cost per copy program to other communities and come up with many hypotheses and many culprits that may be making too many color photocopies. We are also working on getting new equipment, but you'll also notice there that we are now budgeting closer to what we're spending so that we don't go into deficit spending, and we are watching the copy machine very carefully. Moving on to page 39, our 1% program improvement, again there, that's up $1,000 on the top line. Again, we are just trying to budget in terms of how we are spending our money, and that's actually a contractual obligation with our teachers, and it's getting spent, so we're budgeting that way. Moving down to the secondary, our middle school budget line items, you'll see there it looks like we have a very large increase, and some of that is due to contractual obligations, and some of that is due to reallocation of teacher time to better reflect how the time is being spent of the teachers. Healthcare, again there, we are budgeting based on employees electing different health plans, as well as the inevitable increases that we have every year in our healthcare plans. Moving down to the 1% program fund here for the middle school, no changes there particularly. For technology, about 3/4 of the way down the page, we chose, before we knew our grant situation, to remove $4,000 from our technology fund, our technology funding. When we got word of our education grant as well as our transportation grant, the board spoke last week and is recommending returning $10,000 to technology to support technology use in our schools, both through equipment and through instruction. So that's one of the changes that we're making based on the increased funding. The next section, guidance. If you were here 2 years ago, we increased our guidance position from 60% to 100%. We've had it that way for the past 2 years. Again, in looking at our pre-K funding, we determined that we would have to find the middle ground and have an 80% guidance position, so a 4-day-a-week guidance position, resulting in a salary lowering of $13,783, as well as prorated benefits, which you'll see lowering the cost of guidance straight through the end of that page and on to the next. Our nurses' salary has gone up somewhat based on contractual obligations, training, pay steps in the contract, for a small increase in the overall nursing budget. Another cut that we made when we're looking at trying to lower the tax rate was bringing the program improvement fund down in line with what it was in fiscal year 18, and we removed $2,000 from that budget line. The library remains similarly funded, with just increases based on contractual obligations. The school board line item is down by $500 because we don't hire a recorder. We have an in-house recorder, which after we budgeted, we find out we might not have next year, but decided to pass those savings along to the tax rate. Our treasurer's salary remains the same. Moving on to page 41, our WSESU assessment, that's a significant increase this year of $20,906. The business office has added a position. The diversity coordinator position that was originally in residence at BUHS has been moved to the WSESU, so diversity training can happen throughout the school districts and start at an earlier level. They've also increased diversity training, the positions available to do diversity training from a 1.0 FTE position to a 1.5 full-time position. So they're looking for a half-time, a 50% employee to really start instituting diversity training throughout the entire WSESU. So those, in addition to the rising cost of healthcare and contractual obligations, are increasing our WSESU assessment. The next line item, the next set of lines, the Office of the Principal's Services. It is a sad circumstance that I am saving you money on this line item. Our very highly skilled, long-term, wonderful principal has announced her retirement. Jo Carroll will be leaving us, and it is unlikely that someone, and she's, I think, the longest serving principal in the WSESU, am I correct?
I think it's that way.
Leave it to our board to drive her out after 20 years. But it's unlikely that a new principal will be coming in at the same salary level, so we budgeted according to our expectation of what a principal coming in with less than 20 years experience might be earning. In the operations and maintenance of the plant, we've budgeted the health care according to the expected election of the employee, as well as the HRA. We have slightly increased water test costs due to water cost testing and have budgeted according to the budget, according to the actual expenditures in 2018. With the additional grant funds, the $40,000 line item, building and maintenance, of $40,000. We are looking to increase that by $10,000, so that would be $50,000 to take care of some delayed maintenance. There is a long list of things that could be worked on. We will use that $10,000 wisely. Electricity is down. We entered several years ago into a solar buying agreement. Did I say that correctly, my phone? Yes. And that is starting to pay off for us, and our electricity costs have gone down by $4,000. And based on the current costs of fuel oil and some, I believe, energy improvements we made with the special article 2 years ago, our fuel oil costs have gone down by $7,000. The last line item on this page, grounds maintenance. We put our grounds maintenance out to contract last year, and we got a much more favorable contract. So unlike health insurance, something actually goes down. So our costs to maintain our fields and grounds have gone down by $2,000 for next year. Not everything you put out to contract comes back at a lower price the next time you take it out to contract. And on the top of page 42, transportation services is slightly increased based on a new contract, a new 5-year contract. We have maintained the same expenditures for field trips, as well as we have moving down to the debt service, we finished payment of our Evergreen Fund, so that is also a savings of $6,000. So our regular programs, if you look at the bolded line about a third of the way down the page, our regular programs are up about $110,000, which is quite similar to the addition of pre-K at $113,000. And that's a 4.3% increase. We've maintained our coaching salaries, as well as our winter activities expenditures. Moving down to the money that we use to support children requiring special education, there's two paths in which we fund this. The first one is for children in preschool, and that has had an increase this year of $4,518. The rest of our students are funded through the SU, and we are assessed. All students in the SU are served, and all the costs are accumulated at the supervisory union level for the last 3 years, which really helps keep our tax rate level, because if you have 1 or 2 students that have extremely high needs in your small district, it can really be difficult in your taxes. So this way we have the advantage in an area that can fluctuate greatly for a community of keeping our costs level. And that is increasing slightly this year to $269,282 for a 2.7% increase. We are also considering asking the town for our food services subsidy to support the work of our new food committee in working to bring more local foods and more healthy foods to our students. And we're budgeting, asking to put in with this money that we have gotten from the grants, an additional $7,000 to support the food program in that effort. With those additions, that brings, and the use of $27,000 in grant funding revenues, that brings our total expenditures to $3,034,500. Moving on to page 43, everyone's favorite, where all this magic gets put together. With the additional joy of changes on the fly. The expenditures on the top line that now read $3,067,500 should be $3,034,500. That is all the money that we are going to expend. The offsetting revenues would increase by $27,000 because we've chosen to move some of that transportation grant to bring down our tax rate. This number would be divided by the number of equalized pupil, yet another challenge of Act 46. We have not been provided our equalized pupil number for our district. Our business manager has done a great job estimating based on how many students, and I'm happy to announce actually that for this year, our number of students seem to be increasing. There seems to be a net increase, so, you know, it goes like this. One family of 4 moves in, it really helps our tax rate. So by moving $27,000, or if somebody has twins, that helps a lot too. Hero family, thank you, thank you. So that expenditure, $18,311, brings us exactly to the threshold. And those of you who've been through a few town meetings know that we all live to be under the threshold, so we do not move into double taxation territory. And that is what we aim to do, is to reattribute our transportation grant into programming that we thought we really would like to support, and to bring ourselves under the threshold. So 18,311 being our new spending means that we do not have to add that $180 penalty. So that brings our per pupil figure used for calculating district equalized tax rate, which now shows it up as 18,671, which is taking that $180 penalty, multiplying it by 2, and adding it on to our previous tax rate. Are you all completely ready to kill me now? I didn't do my best work with that. Let me try that again. We are spending originally $18,491. So this tax summation sheet takes $180, multiplies it by $180, multiplies it by 2 for $360, and adds that to the $491 to get to the tax rate. We've made that go away. So now our per pupil figure is just $18,311, which is the amended motion. Moving down. In very tiny letters numbers that I am getting too old to read, the tax rate is calculated by dividing something called the base yield, dividing our per pupil figure, which is now $18,311, by the new base yield. This is a number divined by the Joint Fiscal Office in the state based on what they expect, and at this point it's only an estimate. You divide $18,311 by $10,660, and you get a percent. The percent that is of your district, so it's a percent of the base yield, and the base yield is in theory the base amount that it requires to expend on education. You come out with a percentage which immediately translates into the tax rate. The initial tax rate, there's much more fun in understanding this, which here comes out to $1.75. But by lowering our expenditures or actually increasing our revenues with our transportation grant and removing the penalty, that number goes to, Sue, do you have it off the top of your head?
No.
I wrote it down. 1.717, thank you. So we're at 171% of the base yield. So that is your base tax rate in the town of Dummerston for educating your children pre-K through 8. So it turns out that 69.54% of the students that we are educating in Dummerston are pre-K through 8. So that 1.751 is multiplied by 69.54% here to get 1.217. However, we found 4 cents for you. So that number now, 1.195. But wait, there's more. It's a statewide educational funding system, and so if our houses are selling for much less than what they're appraised, we need to adjust that. And I've asked, the state has a guide that does it, apparently. They look at all our listers, they send in all the information of recent sales and compare how homes are selling in Dummerston compared to the grand list. They give it to this guy, and he comes out with your CLA. I can't tell you more about this number. But this CLA, common level of appraisal, at 103.68%, means that houses in Dummerston are selling for slightly less than their appraised value on the grand list. So to get down, which is good for our taxes and not good if you want to leave, so don't leave, especially if you have children. Multiplying that dividing 1.195, by 103.68% brings the portion of our tax rate for pre-K through 8 to 1.153. It's really good to have a math person on the board. So that is just your pre-K through 8 portion. The other portion of your tax rate is educating those students who attend BUHS. That is 30.46% of our students. The BUHS portion of the tax rate is 0.525 cents. However, that also, they don't give you this on the paper here, but that also gets multiplied by our CLA. So the resulting BUHS portion of our tax rate is $0.507 per student, dollars per thousand, sorry. This brings our tax rate, when you add the 1.153 plus the 0.507, brings our resulting tax rate to $1.66, level with the last 2 years. I'm not going to ask if there's any.
Any questions? My goodness. So the motion on the floor. Yeah. Do we have a mic? Want to bring it over, Kyle?
151 right now.
Hi, Lynn Barrett. Wondering how many students are in the school?
There are 151 students in the school. We do not have pre-K currently, so those students are counted as part of our ADM differently because they're contracted and partially paid for.
Any other questions? Debate? All right. The motion on the floor is to approve the school board to expend $3,034,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,311 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 2.86% higher than spending for the current year. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have a school budget. Is there any other business from the floor? Then I will return the mic to Christina.
Just like my husband, Cindy Jerome has cautioned me against talking too much. I choose to listen to her. I'd like to kick off my brief 9-minute speech today by thanking the town for passing the special article in 2017 to pave the front driveway here. I'd like to also thank Lee Chamberlain and Jason Evans' team for their hard work making it come to pass. I'd like to report that we have not lost a single town meeting member to a pothole this year, which is a welcome change and progress indeed. I'd like to update the town on Act 46. It is very recent news that we did not receive an injunction. I think I found out at about 5 o'clock last night and was off to 3 hours of Green Mountain Camp board meetings, so I haven't had a lot of time to discuss the lack of the injunction or to work with the board, so I can't possibly inform you of our path forward at this point. But I just want to update For those of you that only tune in on a yearly basis to Act 46, I'll briefly outline the past year. When we met last year, our town supported our AGS submission overwhelmingly. Our board then met with the Agency of Education and the Board of Education. And though two seasoned members of the Board of Education, Bill Mathis and John Carroll, approved of our AGS plan and commended our students on their great academic results, I would like to point out, the board at large chose to merge all the districts throughout the state they possibly could. Based on this, our school district joined 34 other districts to file suit over this decision, believing the law had not been followed in numerous ways. Yesterday afternoon, the judge denied the request for a preliminary injunction, and this is certainly not good news for remaining an independent district. It is also not good to people who believe that votes matter. The legal team is considering the next steps, as is the legislature. However, if our board is snuffed out, we will work to advocate for our students and taxpayers until the last minute we have municipal authority over our school district. I thank all of you who've made your voices heard and participated in the process for our town, whatever your views have been. We have had excellent participation, and it has been wonderful to hear everyone's input along the way. I'm also deeply sorry that our work to support the will of our voters has not been honored at the state level. On to the good stuff. Our students continue to do very well. It has been inspiring this past year for the board to learn how our teachers have used laser focus to improve student achievement and how quickly they are able to intervene when a student is challenged. Our staff, with the support of the SU staff, are assuring that all of our children are successful in mastering reading, writing, and arithmetic in all of our academic realms. And our very own Paul Smith has a great, I think it's October 10th on BCTV, a really good presentation of our student data on BCTV. Yeah. But you can come up now and ad-lib some of that. We also have an exciting addition to our staff in addition to the regular academics. The SU placed a full-time resident Chinese education teacher, Mr. Zhu, I pronounced it correctly. He's a master teacher from China who's joined us to study the American education system, as well as to teach our students Chinese language, culture, karate, and art. As if this weren't exciting enough, Mr. Zhu has come to us as a volunteer, completely free, and not affecting our tax rate one bit. Our students recently completed winter activities. All students, which is relatively new in our school, K through 8, have the opportunity to go out for 6 Wednesday afternoons and experience learning outside the classroom. From kindergartners visiting the retreat farm to older students heading to Mount Snow for downhill ski lessons, our whole school has the opportunity to experience the joy of winter in Vermont. We also now have an active and passionate food committee working to improve our school lunch program. They have fundraised to include more local foods. They've lowered sugar in our lunch offerings, increased whole grains, increased composting, reduced food waste, lowered packaging waste, and I would also like to point out they have moved towards more reusable serving dishes as well. This work was also done for our children at no cost to the taxpayer. Our pre-K is our other very good news. It is a triple winner, good for kids, good for the long-term tax rate, and good for families. I can't tell you how many times I've been stopped walking down the street by families that said this would be so life-changing for them to have pre-K, quality pre-K here in town that was no cost to them. I would like to allay any fears that the Dummerston School will be expecting our town's children to be sitting at their desks learning to read or perform complex education funding formula calculations. We wait till first grade for that. Our preschoolers, as we do for all our children, will be educated in developmentally appropriate ways. So there you have it. Act 46 requires us to meet goals such as transparency, accountability, equity, and cost effectiveness. This year, increased equity with pre-K, an improved food program, and Chinese language were accomplished by the board. We've produced excellent academic results as a school, stood here and transparently and accountably explained our budget to you. Our board worked especially hard to keep our tax rate in line during this fiscally difficult pre-K implementation year. Many in Vermont will be surprised to hear we did this without merging. Our board is also happy to announce the recent completion of what is perhaps the worst real estate deal ever in the town of Dummerston by transferring our athletic fields to the town. We sold these fields, assessed at over $4 million, to the town for $10. In the event of merger, we want to assure that these fields are kept for our town as they have been historically used. So the school will maintain and lease the fields from the town for $10. It's a really good return on your investment, town taxpayers. And the lease will require the school to keep the fields as they have historically been used for athletic use of Dummerston taxpayers. I must also officially announce the retirement of Jo Carroll Ratty and the search for her replacement. A team of interviewers, including Lyle Holliday, our superintendent, 2 board members, staff, and community members, are currently reviewing 19 candidates for the position, which speaks very well of how Jo Carroll has kept our school. That 19 people, principal searches are very hard to do, and there are 19 candidates for our principalship position. So she has kept the keys nice and shiny to hand them on. We expect to meet with the finalists on March 15th with the full board and additional stakeholders, and expect to have a new principal hired before this month's end. As if this day weren't tough enough, I have one more onerous task to complete. Recognizing Jo Carroll is an incredibly difficult task. Acknowledging any principal's contribution is a difficult task. Personally, I cannot think of a more challenging job in education. Think of it. Unlike most education jobs, you get to work all summer. The challenging students, the legal issues, endless government paperwork, flooded basements, all get handled by a principal. Every principal must be a master of customer service to many demanding customers. The students, parents, staff, subcontractors, community members, superintendents, and board members. A principal's bonus package also includes free tickets to bi-monthly school board meetings, which often go to 9 p.m. The task of recognizing our principal is made more difficult by 2 factors. The first factor is the quiet way in which she works her magic. Jo Carroll is not interested in the spotlight. When Carrie Amadon, chair of the Vernon School Board, attended our annual student performance review, Carrie point-blankly asked Jo Carroll how she got such fantastic academic results from all of our students. Jo Carroll replied, "I have great staff." The head of any organization takes the blame when things go wrong. It may not be fair, but that's how it is. It's understandable then that many people in leadership take credit when it's not due. You will never hear Jo Carroll take credit. The more challenging factor in recognizing Jo Carroll's work is the length and breadth of her service. Only 6% of Vermont principals have been in the same school for more than 12 years. Jo Carroll has been our principal for 20. One of her superpowers, hiring great staff, has given her time to fill our classrooms with a diverse group of top-notch educators. This legacy will continue in our classrooms long after June 30th. As principal of a small school, Jo Carroll is also kind of a know-it-all. She knows the families, the children, the teachers, the SU staff, the laws, the curriculums, educational research, educational quality standards, even the cleaning schedules. There's a famous line from the movie Citizen Kane. You can learn a lot from him. He knows where the bodies are buried. In Joe Carroll's case, we can learn a lot from her. She knows where the water lines and the septic tanks are buried. Joe Carroll's work ethic has not allowed her to be comfortable in her job over the years. When we recently needed a board recorder, we considered saving money by doing it ourselves. Joe Carroll immediately began taking the minutes so we could concentrate on our work. This is after a long day of being a principal. She took on a thankless job so the money could be used directly for our children. Also, years ago, I noticed she was sporting the merch of the then current teen heartthrob pop music idol Justin Bieber. I could not resist teasing her by saying that I thought the Bieb was a surprising musical choice for a woman of our demographics, a woman of a certain age. She looked at me and said, well, it helps the kids feel connected to me if we share the same interest in music. There you have it. That is going above and beyond. She listens to teen pop idol music to connect with her students. And while the Agency of Education probably doesn't make commendations for this, it is a level of commitment to our children that exemplifies her service. She will leave behind an incredible legacy. She has mentored new principals throughout our supervisory union and trained many aspiring administrators. Some have even gone on to become excellent superintendents. Her greatest legacy, though, is her work with our children. Over 20 years, those children's needs have changed, and our ability to respond to those children's needs has increased even more dramatically, with better interventions to help students developed every year. Her love for our students is seen in all that she has done to support every child with her implementation of the best practices and new programming in all educational realms. She has helped children who struggled with reading, writing, and arithmetic, of course, but she has also used best practices to help our children who struggle with hunger, poverty, and the confusing years of adolescence. And to help our children, this is a quote from my son, learn to make good choices. Every time a former student makes a good choice, works a bit harder or longer on a challenge, or remembers to treat others with respect, it is due in part to Joe Carroll's leadership. This legacy is not only immeasurable, it will live on long after her retirement. Everyone here benefits from her work, even if you haven't had students here. The fact the lights are on and the toilet flush are due to her management. Those of us who have been lucky enough to have had children attend the school have had the real benefit. Their learning in the classroom, the athletic fields, and on the proverbial playground have been unfalteringly supported by Joe Carroll's quiet management, respectful manner, and continual quest to use the best practice to support all of our children in all the ways they need to learn. She will be missed. I know this is the worst part of the day for someone who does not like the spotlight. It is almost over. Well, there will be many retirement events ahead. As part of Joe Carroll's last town meeting day, it is fitting we recognize her legacy today with our hearty thanks for 20 years with 20 roses for her service to our community.
Thank you very, very much. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work here, to be part of this community, to be part of a community that respects and values education and its children as much as Dummerston, Vermont does. Thank you. I want to add one more thing. The Justin Bieber part was also because of the 8th grade dances that I need to attend. And I couldn't get the songs out of my head. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Carroll. Thank you, Christina. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I'd like to just mention that this could be the last time that we get to vote on our school budget, and we have a school board sitting up here. These folks really these folks deserve our commendation for particularly the most recent year that they've had. So let's give them a round of applause. Jody?
One thing that I don't think that Christina mentioned was that Dummerston did join the suit for the Act 46, but there isn't 1 penny spent from Dummerston funds. It's all been raised by individual people. So there was nothing that you had to pay for.
Is there a motion to adjourn? You want to keep going? So moved. Thank you. Is there a second? Larry? All in favor of adjourning our school district portion of the meeting today? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Have a wonderful evening.